Hello, Dr. Shankar. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Dr. Musabi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Now I can hear you.
So, we have 19 minutes to start the conference. So, Dr. Anil De Cruz
Oh,
will. Okay, so
okay.
you
I'll be
can
back
take
in
your
19
time.
minutes. Yeah, I'll be back in 19 minutes.
Yeah, so no problem, no problem. It's
Yeah,
okay.
see you
Perfectly
there.
all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good evening. I, Dr. Neha Sharma, Assistant Professor in Department of Radiation Oncology, Lady Harding Medical College, welcome everyone on behalf of Indian Society of Clinical Oncology to International Conference on Tobacco Control and Smoking Cessation. Cancer is a leading cause of death worldwide, accounting for nearly 19.3 million new cancer cases and 10 million deaths in 2020. Out of all cancers, tobacco-related cancer accounts for major share. Smoking accounts for at least 30% of all cancer deaths and 80% of lung cancer deaths, which is the leading cause of mortality in both men and women. Smoking heightens the risk of up to 18 types of cancers, including head and neck cancers, leukemia, and cancers of the esophagus, bladder, pancreas, kidney, liver, stomach, colorectum, cervix, uterus, and ovaries. Efforts to reduce tobacco use face formidable obstacles like nicotine addiction, social pressures, aggressive cigarette marketing and promotion, and the vested interest of those who live and profit by cigarette sales. But the majority of smokers and a much larger majority of non smokers support tobacco control measures. Today, we are focusing on raising awareness about the substantial risk of carcinogenesis associated with tobacco use, need for anti tobacco campaigns, and building future strategies for tobacco control and smoking cessation. Now, I'd like to take a moment to introduce our chief guest. The chief guest for today's evening is Dr. Anil De Cruz, who is Director, Oncology Services, Apollo Cancer Center, ex-director at Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, India, a recognized global leader, clinician, researcher, administrator, and crusader in the field of cancer control. Dr. De Cruz brings with him over 30 years of experience in the field of cancer care, and he is the first Indian oncologist directly elected as president at the Union of International Cancer Control, Geneva. Dr. De Cruz has been on the board of directors of the UICC 2012 to 18 and was elected as president-elect in October 2018. He also served as editor of Manual of Clinical Oncology, a UICC publication. Awarded the honorary FRCS from Royal College of Surgeons, London, for his exemplary work in surgery and oncology, Dr. De Cruz has held leadership positions and is on the board of numerous professional organizations, universities, research organizations, and cancer institutions across the country and abroad. His landmark contribution on the management was neck nodes in oral cancer and was awarded with the prestigious plenary at the American Society of Clinical Oncology in 2015. He has been past president of Asian Society of Head and Neck Oncology, Foundation of Head and Neck Oncology India Task Force Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and Cancer Guidelines, Indian Council of Medical Research. With more than 350 peer-reviewed publications and chapters to his name, and delivered over 300 lectures, 50 named orations, plenary lectures, and keynote presentations around the globe, his main areas of interest, apart from the clinical responsibilities, are in tobacco advocacy, cost-effective treatment, and health economics. He had also been instrumental in initiation of first MCH super specialty course in head and neck oncology in the country. Thank you, sir, for honoring us with your presence. I'd like to invite you for your inaugural speech.
Good evening, everybody. It's really a pleasure to participate in the first International Conference of Tobacco Control and Smoking Cessation, Evidence to Action. And I congratulate the leadership, Abhishek in particular, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you all today. It's unfortunate that I can't give it real time. This is a recording, but I had other commitments and I'm on a flight at 4:30 this evening. But I'd be very happy to take questions, join the program when my flight lands into Delhi at about 6 this evening. I'm here and committed to the cause of tobacco control and smoking cessation on two accounts. I now wear two hats. I'm an oncologist, a head and neck oncologist, That's the commonest cancer in our country. About 30% of cancers are head and neck. I've dedicated my life to that, and they're primarily because of tobacco. So I have a commitment. I've seen people suffer, and I need to do something to control tobacco. It's a habit that's unique to our country. I'm also president now of the Union International for Cancer Control, and I'll share with y'all my views today, both as president of UICC, as well as director of oncology of Apollo, where I'm a clinician as well, on the role of the UICC in tobacco cessation. And I will give a few important points as a clinician in between. Now, what is the UICC? The UICC is the oldest and largest cancer organization globally committed to the cause of cancer control. It was established in 1933. It's based out of Geneva. We have 44 people working in the offices in Geneva. But the unique thing about the organization, which I will share with you, is that we have 1,200 members, and these are organizations that are members across 172 countries. So what makes UICC unique? It's the only global cancer organization that represents all cancer types across the continuum. So we have members who are focused on prevention, early detection, treatment, care, and palliation. We press for more control on cancer around the world through our flagship global advocacies and members' empowerment. We connect the most influential health leaders, governments, civil society, policymakers, private sector through platforms and activity. And most importantly, we have a very strong track record of making change happen and delivering a definite impact on ground. Now, at UICC, we partner to drive success in cancer control. We foster relationship. It's not us alone. It's not our member organizations. As you can see from this pie chart, we interact with everybody who is committed to cancer control. If I can drag my cursor and show you, we deal with private sector companies. We deal with the UN agencies, WHO, IARC, IAEA, Economic Forum. We are part of WHO FCTC, which is the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. We partner with more than 50 cancer organizations, corporations, and foundations. And UICC has been the founding member, the driving force between some of the major organizations that now are in the tobacco space: the NCD Alliance, the City Cancer Challenge Foundation, the McCabe Center, and the ICCP portal. Now, if you look at the UICC, we have three main buckets in which we put our work. One is we convene. We have some of the biggest programs and the flagship programs in cancer control. The three that I would highlight is the World Cancer Day on the 4th of February each year, the World Cancer Congress every 2 years, and the World Cancer Leaders Summit that we do again every 2 years. And this time it's in Boston, October end. And we are planning a very attractive hybrid format. Some of us will be in Boston, but I urge people to log in and be part of this. We do capacity building. That is, we increase our members' impact through capacity building and through a lot of innovative tools. We have leadership programs. We have young leaders programs. We do peer-to-peer capacity building at global and regional levels. We have online education and research resources. And most importantly, we have our grants for fellowships. And many of you all have been recipients of that. And the last is we do the advocacy, bridging cancer to the attention of global leaders. We do advocacy through knowledge sharing and policy, and try to integrate cancer control in the global health and developmental agenda. And that really is a line taken from our mission statement. So 3 main buckets: convening, capacity building, and advocacy through knowledge and policy. Let's come to the main topic today. What have we done for cancer control? What is our for tobacco control? What is our role for tobacco control? So basically, the UICC, we need to do this tobacco control because at the UICC we recognize it is important. Tobacco is a big problem. 8 million deaths, 1.2 million from secondhand smoke, and 3 million of these deaths worldwide are because of cancer. 1.3 billion of smokers, tobacco users, live in low and middle income countries, and we, with our population of 1.3 billion, see a large number of these. The social cost is high. We have to control tobacco. It increases poverty and discrepancies between countries. We need to synergize our efforts, and that's why tobacco control is important. How do we do it? We identify and engage all stakeholders: health community, governments, the public, organizations beyond health. We share knowledge and rare awareness, and we build communities and expertise in countries. And what do? We relay the COP, Confederation of Persons, information and advocate to governments to implement the FCTC. Many of you all are experts in this field and are familiar with the FCTC. We engage the public and policy maker. We have an aggressive program, and we put our mind to countering the lobby from the tobacco industry. And finally, show benefits of tobacco control investments for countries. And through these 3 approaches, basically we drive the tobacco control agenda. Now, the 3 key approaches for tobacco control work are basically what the UICC uses, and we connect and engage. So we connect different communities, experts, agencies, organizations, governments, civil society together. Our approach is evidence-based. In order to deliver reliable messages, we base our work on robust and reliable evidence, resources, tools from our network and from our members. And we raise awareness. We deliver this advocacy message through our different platforms and channels to reach every stakeholder. UICC work is aligned with MPAR, developed by the WHO to help member states implement the FCTC. And again, as I said, everybody in this today's program is familiar with MPAR: monitor, protect, offer, warn, enforce, and raise taxes on tobacco control. We aim, one of the main thrust areas is smoking cessation. Actually, when you look across the various measures for tobacco control, we will realize that smoking cessation, little is done towards smoking cessation. Quitting at a younger age improves people's health. People who quit cut the risk of lung cancer by 30 to 50% at 10 years compared to people who keep smoking. And for successful and cost-effective interventions, we drive advocacy. We develop cessation services in countries, raise awareness of available support and services, advocate with government and decision makers to finance services, increase knowledge of cessation tools, and engage multiple stakeholders, counter tobacco industry, which is the misinformation and the lobby that they provide. And in the post-COVID era, we want to continue to maintain our cessation services. Tobacco control has three areas of focus. We have tobacco taxation, we have tobacco advertising and promotion and sponsorship, and making smoke-free environments. I've taken a graph from the NEJM paper that looks at how France and South Africa, the moment taxes were raised, you can see the dotted line, tobacco consumption comes down. Just by raising taxes, France and South Africa reached some amount of decrease in tobacco consumption in a decade, as opposed to what the US took 3 decades for. The other is the tobacco advertising, promotion and sponsorship, and smoke-free environments. Let's look at tobacco taxation. And this is something that the USCC strives to deliver to any stakeholder committed to tobacco control. Tobacco taxation is the single most important measure that will help in control of tobacco consumption. A 10% increase in taxes leads to a 4.5% decrease in cigarette demand. Tax income can serve to invest in health systems and prevention programs, which is a win-win situation for health and economy. I just want to make a point here, digressing from a global perspective to our country. So every time in our budget, each year, we see that tobacco taxation is increased, but it's mainly for cigarettes. We must be aware and mindful of the fact that the majority of our countrymen smoke bidi or chew. These are low-priced products. And if we take them away from access to these products, we will have a decrease. And you can see from this chart here that in the high-income countries, the excise is much higher of the total cost of tobacco products, which isn't the same in low-income countries. And I think that's something that we have to do. So there are challenges. Only 38 countries apply the recommended 75% excise tax. So we need to lobby, and those of you all who can influence government must do it. The tobacco industry lobby suggests that tax increase will cause declines in revenues or increase in illicit trade, and that's how they counter us. But I think we need to drive the message of increasing excise tax on tobacco. Why tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship? We focus to counter misinformation to the public. Prevent the recruitment of new users. So look at all these fancy collage that I have made. It looks so appealing. A youngster will be just influenced to take to tobacco looking at this collage. So we need to prevent our youngsters from using tobacco. We know that if you don't start the habit by the age of 21, it's very unlikely that you would start the habit of tobacco. So we need to focus on this. We must stop the lobby of government and decision makers, warn about the actions of Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. We all have a corporate social responsibility, and we need to counter this strong lobby of the tobacco industry that spent US dollars 23 million on marketing. So I think this tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorship should be another focus apart from taxation that we use in tobacco control. And UIC lobbies amongst its members, various policymakers, governments to do this. And of course, promote a smoke-free environment. I'm not going to go through all these figures, but we must know that 1.2 million deaths are due to secondhand smoke every year. 65,000 children die because of secondhand smoke. If you smoke, you have a right to damage your own body if at all you want to do it, but there's absolutely no right to damage other people who may be your near and dear ones as well. So this is the third arm of our efforts on tobacco control. So to repeat, taxation, tobacco advertising, promotion and sponsorship, and promoting smoke-free environments. Now, how does the UICC do this? In a run-up to the World No Tobacco Day, Commit to Quit, the UICC ran a campaign to reduce the burden of cancer through tobacco cessation. And we developed and shared resources such as infographics, and you can see it on the left panel. So this kind of one of our resources. We tapped on social media content. We use videos, blogs, share external resources to engage and connect everyone who can support the efforts to tackle this global public issue. So UICC was very, very active, and some of these resources are available on our website, which I've said, which is uicc.org. To control tobacco, we must have a multi-sectoral approach. The tobacco curbing the consumption of tobacco is a public health issue with an impact on many domains, and this can only be addressed by this multi-sectoral approach. Finance. We need to tackle the profitability of this business through either taxation, disinvestment, reducing or stopping banks or organizations to invest in tobacco industry. And just to share with you, a lot of share market money, mutual funds, various other organizations who are doing PPF investments may put into companies that do tobacco. And I think we need to garner support to stop people from investing in tobacco companies. Health. We need to train and educate the health communities in prevention and cessation. And we have to invest in people's health. Policy. We have to develop key policy based on reliable and independent policy. We must have communications, develop essential materials and tools to counter the tobacco industry, marketing power and misinformation. We have to use law, apply anti-tobacco laws to counter the industry's action. And lastly, environment and labor. We have to raise awareness on the detrimental impacts on environment and workers' conditions. Cancer control and tobacco cessation interventions change. As you understand, and look at this slide in two parts. As we make efforts and understand the determinants of tobacco consumption, we engage stakeholders and increase knowledge. We support policy development, implement cost-effective measures. We will see a decrease in cancer deaths and tobacco consumption. The flip side is we need to invest in preventive measures. As that increases, it increases people's health and wealth, and we relieve the burden on the healthcare systems. So a coordinated multi-sectoral approach, multi-stake approach will be beneficial for tobacco users, both for the public and the countries. And that really is what UICC strives for. I'm going to end with a few closing remarks. Sorry, it kind of flipped away. Let me see if I can get back my last slide. Here it is again, so that you can see our website. We have a lot of these resources that are available. But I want to end with a few closing remarks. We have seen and witnessed a decrease in smoking prevalence globally over the last decade, and millions of lives have been saved from tobacco-related illness and death. But in our country, we need to do more. Smoking is not the only problem we have. Our chewed tobacco is important, and we really need to have an orchestrated effort towards that. We have seen that civil society organizations people in academia, UN agencies from both cancer control and tobacco control could address the tobacco epidemic together. And I've been making this point, it must be multi-sectoral, multiple stakeholders, and they can also engage more stakeholders to synergize the effort. So I think a plus from this conference is that more of us get together, all of us work independently, but if we can synergize our efforts, we will make an impact on tobacco control. I end by saying a coordinated approach, including knowledge sharing, capacity building activities, very strong advocacy messaging will support the implementation of an efficient anti-tobacco measure and counter the industry. I end again thanking the organizers for an opportunity to share my thoughts, both personal and on behalf of the UICC. I congratulate the leadership on this very, very important topic that they have chosen. And I urge each of us who are listening to and participating in this conference today that we should all come together and help in tobacco control. If we don't have tobacco in our country, we will be able to prevent 50%, nearly half, 40 to 50% of our cancers, about 27 to 30% of them in an area where I've spent 30 years of my life treating these patients. So thank you once again. And hopefully when my flight gets off, I would be very happy to take questions. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for an enlightening and entertaining presentation. Your talk was particularly appropriate at this time when we are approaching an alarming number of 2 billion smokers worldwide by 2030. There is need to invest in people's health and raise awareness about detrimental impacts of tobacco use. Thank you again, sir. So without further ado, I would like to begin the session 1. Myself, Dr. Neha Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Radiation Oncology in Lady Hardinge Medical College, with my fellow coordinator, Dr. Raveen Yadav, Resident, Department of Radiation Oncology in Lady Hardinge Medical College. We would like to introduce you to our chairpersons for session 1. Our chairperson, Dr. B.S. Garg, sir, is Secretary, Kasturba Health Society, ex-Dean, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Sevagram. He is Director Professor in the Department of Community Medicine and also Director of the Dr. Sushila Nair School of Public Health and Director of WHO Collaborative Center for Research and Training in Community-Based Maternal, Newborn and Child Health. He was President of Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine in 2002. Dr. Garg has been awarded more than 75 research projects by WHO, UNICEF, PATH, USAID, Government of India, ICMR, INTLEN, NACO, BIRAC, Aga Khan Foundation, Population Foundation of India, and UNFPA. He has served as consultant to WHO, CRO, DFID, CRS, and various other international and national agencies on issues of public health concern. Then we have Dr. Alireza Muzavi Johari. Dr. Muzavi is a professor of epidemiology in Shahid Beheshti University of Medical Sciences, Tehran, Iran. In 2011, he joined as adjunct professor in Faculty of Health Sciences, Simon Fraser University, Burnby, Canada. He has published more than 60 papers in peer-reviewed journals and received several grants from different funding agencies such as Terry Fox Foundation, World Health Organization. He is founding member of Iranian Epidemiological Association and served as its first general secretary for 2 terms. He is a member of several scientific journals, editorial board. In July 2016, he was appointed as editor-in-chief of Asia Pacific Journal of Cancer Prevention. In April 2018, Dr. Muzavi was appointed as president of Asian Pacific Organization for Cancer Prevention for a duration of 2 years. Now, I hand over the session to our respected chairpersons.
Thank you, Neha. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me opportunity to chair this important session, especially Dr. Abhishek Shankar. After listening Dr. Anil D. Cruz I think it is not desired to introduce any session. He has comprehended so nicely all the various aspects of tobacco control and smoking cessation. But certainly in this country, we have to adopt a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approach. And most of the time, say we address or organize the advocacy campaign, communication messages for urban area. But something I think we have to take all these messages, all these effort to rural and tribal areas where also the people are engaged in tobacco consumption, including smoking in abundantly. So without wasting the time, I would like to invite Professor P.C. Gupta, who will speak on tobacco prevalence, product and burden, a death epidemic. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor P.C. Gupta. Professor Gupta is the director of HALIS, Cessation Institute of Public Health, Navi Mumbai. He has a Doctor of Science degree in epidemiology from Johns Hopkins University, USA. He is a visiting scientist at the Harvard School of Public Health, Boston, and adjunct professor at the University of South Carolina, USA. Dr. Gupta is a Techne Fellow at the Harvard School of Public Health and a visiting scientist at International Agency for Research on Cancer, France. Dr. Gupta had published hundreds of research papers in peer-reviewed journals. He has received prestigious Luther Terry Award from American Cancer Society in August 2003 and Tobacco Free World Award from World Health Organization, Geneva on May 31, 1999. So Professor Gupta is a very well-known public health personality in India and has contributed significantly to the cause of tobacco prevention and smoking cessation. And I really congratulate the organizer to invite Professor Gupta on this, the first session. So now I request Professor Gupta to speak on tobacco prevalence, product and burden, a death epidemic. Professor Gupta, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg, for that very generous introduction. I also thank the organizers for inviting me to be not only a speaker, but the first speaker in this particular session after the inaugural lecture by a very interesting, comprehensive inaugural lecture by a good friend, Dr. Anil de Cruz. I will share now my screen. So the title of the talk is already said, is Tobacco Prevalence, Products and Burden, a Death Epidemic. It's a very broad topic, of course, but I will try to do as much justice as I can within the given time of 20 minutes. So now let's start. I think this everybody knows and probably will get repeated many times that tobacco is estimated to cause over 8 million deaths every year in the world, 7 million deaths among smokers, and as Anil de Cruz has already said, 1.2 million among non-smokers due to secondhand smoke, and even more sad is the fact that 65,000 deaths among children every year. And I must point out that this is calculated basically for cigarette smoking because that is the most prevalent habit globally, and most extensive research data are also available only on cigarette smoking. But in India, tobacco is used in a wide variety of ways. So we have to look specifically at the Indian situation. Now, smoking of cigarette and BD is estimated to cause about 0.9, that is 900,000 deaths every year in India. Now, this is slightly dated estimate. It was published in New England Journal of Medicine a few years back. And this is more recent, that smokeless tobacco use is estimated to cause additional 350,000 deaths annually. And now these are calculated among non-smokers. So one can add the deaths among smokers due to smoking and deaths among non-smokers due to smokeless tobacco use. So about 3,500 persons die in India every day due to the use of tobacco in some form. And this is a much more telling statistic than every day, compared to every year. Now, I just want to point out that we all know, I mean, you are all doctors, know very well what are the diseases tobacco causes, lots of cancers. But I would also point out that tobacco causes a lot of non-fatal diseases. And they also cause a lot of misery that doesn't get as much attention as it should. Now, you all know, of course, all oncologists know so many different kind of cancers that are caused by tobacco use. Then there are CVD, cardiovascular kind of diseases that are caused by tobacco. But then there are other diseases like hip fractures, reproductive effects, blindness, macular degeneration, erectile dysfunctions, even skin wrinkling, which don't seem very serious, but they cause a lot of misery. And the same way, secondhand smoke also causes lots of diseases. Now, we do have reasonably good data, recent data on tobacco use in India through Global Adult Tobacco Survey. And there was first round, and now there is a second round. So in the second round, 42.4% of male and 14.2% of females currently use tobacco in some form. And we are actually the second or third largest producer, sometimes second, sometimes third, and the second largest consumer of tobacco in the world after China. So it's not a particularly dignified title, considering that tobacco may kill half of its dedicated users prematurely in their productive years. In terms of numbers, because India's population is so large, numbers are even more alarming. There are 267 million persons currently using tobacco in some form in India, 202 million men and 65 million women. About 199 million smokeless tobacco users and 99 million smokers. Numbers don't add up because 31 million are using both. Compared to 90 million men, 9 million women smoke. And for smokeless tobacco use, numbers are 141 million and 58 million. So compared to men, women, there are very few women smokers, 10%, but smokeless tobacco use is much higher, as you can see. Among smokers, there are many more, in fact, almost twice smoke bidi compared to cigarettes. 72 million smoke bidi and 38 million cigarette, at a point that was also emphasized by Dr. De Cruz, and will be emphasized perhaps by many smokers. Now, cigarette smoking, we know, is common all over the world. It's there in India also. Bidi smoking, however, is common only in India and some neighboring countries. Smokeless tobacco use, now we know through research that it is known all over the world, but it is far more prevalent in India than anywhere else. Now, another interesting part of the whole problem is areca nut, because areca nut, or supari as it is called in India, is a class 1 carcinogen by itself, as per the IARC evaluation. But in India, it is strongly connected with the smokeless tobacco. And because of that, by itself, it is common, but it is much less studied. So I think I will focus a little bit more on areca nut in my talk. Now, cigarettes in India, everybody knows, I think there are big transnational tobacco companies that are part of owners of Indian cigarette companies. ITC has more than 75, almost 80% market share of cigarettes. Some government of India organizations like LIC are major owners of this ITC, and that creates quite a bit of issue and problems, and a lot of discussion goes on this particular happening. Other part is cigarette industry contributes a substantial amount in taxes to exchequer, and that puts in a very different kind of a position. So it's a very well organized industry. It's a very rich industry, and it strongly opposes almost every tobacco control policy that is being proposed or promulgated. Now, next, bidi. Now, bidi, as we all know, I think in India, that's a handmade smoking stick containing coarse grounded tobacco, about 0.2 gram, can be little more, little less. It's wrapped in a tree leaf. It's called tendu tree. Our botanical name is Diospyros melanoxylon. It's a conical shape tied with a thread, sold in bundles rather than packets. And those conical bundles are there. And it's very cheap. It's less than 1/5 of the cost of a cigarette. And as already said, it's because of, we'll see, because of lack of taxation and tricks by the industry to evade taxes. Now, BD is the most common single manufactured tobacco product that is used in India. As per the Global Adult Tobacco Survey 2, there are, we already said 99.5 million smokers, out of which 37 are cigarette and 72 are BD smokers. Now, men smoke much more than women, 90% versus about 90 million versus 9 million, including BD, 67 million versus 5 million. Now, a very, very important part about tobacco use in India is that it has a very strong inverse association with education. So prevalence is 11.3% in lowest education group versus 2.8% in the highest one. So, the underprivileged, lower privileged section of society have a far bigger problem of tobacco use and therefore health consequences of tobacco use than more educated and more privileged. So whenever we do think of tobacco intervention or tobacco control, this is one fact that we should always keep in our mind where our message and where our work is getting targeted. Now, if we compare the results of Gates 1 and 2 to see what is really happening to tobacco problem in India. So there are some good news and some not so good news. So in Gates 2 compared to Gates 1, smoking decreased by 24% from 14% to 10%. So that's good news. Cigarette smoking decreased even more by 30% from 5.4% to 4%. But BD smoking only by 16% from 9.2% to 7.7%. And among men, even less, only 13%, 16.1% to 14%. So this is not so good news that we are not able to influence BD smoking as much as we should be able to. Number of cigarettes and BDs smoked per day, however, increased from Gates 1 to Gates 2 to from Gates 1. And that's a bit of a worrying kind of a statistic. And exemplified by the fact that average number of cigarettes smoked per day increased by 10% from 6.2 to 6.8, but BDs by 30%, 11.6 to 15.1. And when we analyze this increase, the highest increase in the number of BDs smoked was in lowest education group and lowest increase in the highest education group. So it is not due to affordability. Obviously, those with high income can afford much more, but it is because of addiction and perhaps because in the lowest education, lowest privilege group, when the income increases, much more of it goes for addictions like BD and tobacco rather than for other things essential for life. Now, just to demonstrate what is the effect of BD, because BD is peculiar to India and very little is known on health effects of BD nothing is known from outside India. Now, these are the results of a cohort study in Mumbai, results of about 100,000 persons followed over about 6 years. And you see that for BD, or it can include some of the other smoking substance, also cigarette, the age-adjusted relative risk is 1.64, for cigarette 1.37. So BD is not less harmful, it's probably more harmful than cigarette. And this is for all-cause mortality. But even more interesting, important fact is that even with a small number of BDs that are smoked, 1 to 5 BD, the relative risk is 1.42, which is quite high. And with 6 plus, of course, it goes much further to 1.78. So even a small number of BDs smoked per day causes a great deal of risk to smoker. Same thing about cigarette, even 1 to 5 cigarette, 1.30, and 6 plus 1.60, 5, 6. But this is again a reasonably well understood and well known findings from international studies. Now let us look at the smokeless tobacco. The burden of smokeless tobacco use is very high in India. It is linked in India specifically with betel quid and areca nut. So how much difference does it make, including or not including areca nut? We'll specifically focus on areca nut use. Let's see. The number is 200 million, we already saw. Smokeless tobacco use is common among women, 58 million women users. The prevalence has increased. Prevalence has decreased in GATES 2 compared to GATES 1. But less satisfying statistic is that relative decrease in ST use is 17%, less than that for smoking. So our messages are not reaching as much, our work is not reaching as much to smokeless tobacco users compared to smokers. Gender-wise, among men, it decreased, but among women, also it decreased. The relative decrease was 10% among men and 30% among women. So women, of course, as always, everywhere, they are more sensible than men, and they have been able to decrease their smokeless tobacco use much more than men. Now, this is the just to demonstrate that the smokeless tobacco use is not quite a harmless kind of habit that is often portrayed. These are the death rates in Mumbai cohort study among women smokeless tobacco users in red and non-tobacco users in blue. And you see that and this is age specific, the cohort was recruited 35 years and over. So for every age group, the death rates among smokeless tobacco users is higher than among non-users. Now, areca nut, generally, we don't have much information because it gets subsumed under smokeless tobacco, but in GATES 2, but in GATES 1, let us see what is the difference between addiction characteristics, dependence, areca nut and smokeless tobacco. Is there a difference? Now, one of the most important point is how soon after waking up one starts using the product. That is one measure of addiction. And you see areca nut with tobacco and areca nut without tobacco, the distributions are almost identical, not hardly any difference. So as far as addictive potential is concerned, they are similar, areca nut even without tobacco. And if you look at the age of initiation, again, very similar. In fact, areca nut, initiation of areca nut without tobacco may be at slightly younger age compared to those with smokeless tobacco. And areca nut use, we didn't earlier have any data, but GATES 2 included a module on areca nut that was asked to everyone. So we know a little bit about that, and the GATES report itself says that betel quid without tobacco was 8.7%, areca nut 8%, and pan masala without tobacco 4.8%. But these prevalences cannot be aided because they are not mutually exclusive, and many of them could have been using other tobacco products. So I carried out in-depth analysis of GATES 2 data, and these are the findings. So if we analyze areca nut use among those who were using tobacco and who did not use tobacco, so on the whole, about 20% of tobacco users were using areca nut also. But the astonishing find is that more than 15% of non-tobacco users were also using areca nut. So if you want to, and even the characteristics are different. If you look at the age distribution, smokeless tobacco use as always increases with age. But areca nut use is decreasing with the age. Now, what does it show? It shows that increase in areca nut use is comparatively a recent phenomena because it is much more among younger age groups than among older use group. And we don't have consumption data. We don't have trend data for consumption. But we can obtain trend data for production. And that is very telling that how over the years, especially recent years, how the production of areca nut has increased phenomenally. And of course, all this areca nut that is being produced, most of it is being used in India in the form of gutka and other tobacco areca nut products. So the total, if you look at the problem in totality, 11% are using areca nut products without using any tobacco. Now, if you calculate various kind of combination, smokeless plus areca nut is 33%. A smokeless tobacco user plus areca nut is 30 crores when you convert that. Adding smokers to the number of tobacco plus areca nut user is 40.16 crore. So when you look at the problem in totality, when we take it's less than 30 crore, 300 million tobacco users in India. But when you use areca, add up areca nut, it's more than 40 crores, more than 400 million. So the problem is in fact much bigger than what is generally thought. So now in terms of conclusion, what are the direction? We need to work more for reducing BD smoking because reduction is much less than for cigarette. Smokeless tobacco, we have to work more. Reduction is less than for smoking. Among men, we have to work more for reduction because it is much less than for women. And areca nut, I think we still need to start the work. We haven't started any work for reduction of areca nut consumption. It is still increasing rapidly, as you see, because the prevalence is high among younger age group. So it's a lot more work to be done by we people who want to improve public health and who want to reduce the deaths and disease caused by tobacco and areca nut in India. So thank you all very much for your attention. And of course, if there is time and if there are questions, I will be happy to take.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gupta, for comprehensively covering the topic. And you have rightly said regarding the prevalence of type of smoking, BD, cigarette, urban area, rural area, and covered comprehensively regarding the smokeless tobacco consumption according to age, sex, education, mortality, and so on. And regarding the areca nut, I think it's the information to me also. I did not know that areca nut has that much magnitude and that it has that much impact, and I did not know that. And say we have one or two questions, we can take one or two questions. The one question is already there from Dr. Lalit Mohan Sharma. So he asked that are any tax rules applicable for BD and smokeless tobacco product?
Can you repeat? Are there any?
Are any tax rules applicable for BD and smokeless tobacco products?
Yes, there are tax rules. But what happens is that there are concessions also for industries that produce small numbers. So a lot of BD industry and smokeless tobacco industry gets out of tax net because of that. Second, the rate of taxation is also low on these products compared to what it should be. Because this is in GST, it is put along with all products. So even if highest GST of 28% is there, even then it is much lower because if you remember Dr. Anil de Cruz's slide, the taxes on cigarettes outside go much higher, 60-70%. And that is not the case in India.
And there is one more question, Professor Gupta.
Yes.
And that what is the difference between cigarette and BD smoking? Which one is more harmful and why?
Yeah. First of all, there is a very big myth and misunderstanding being spread that BDs are natural product. There is no paper. It's a tobacco wrapped in tree leaf, so it's less harmful than cigarette. And we didn't have much information, but this cohort study clearly shows that BDs are not less harmful. They could be much more harmful. And even in terms of relationship with diseases, specific diseases, it shows the same kind of association, in fact, higher association. You see tuberculosis, deaths from tuberculosis is high among BD smokers also. In fact, maybe higher than for cigarette smokers. Same way with every other disease, pulmonary diseases or heart diseases or cancers. So risks are higher from BD smoking, not less than from cigarette smoking.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gupta. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg. Thank you very much, Dr. Garg.
So now I hand over the session to my co-chair, Professor Ali Raja Musabi from Iran, for giving his comment and invite the other speakers. Professor Ali Raja Musabi, please. Professor Ali Raja, we can't listen you. Can you unmute your mic, please?
Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having such a wonderful, in fact, informative conference. I'm very happy to participate. And somebody who's been in cancer control prevention. I'm right now a chief editor in Cancer Journal of Cancer Prevention, Asian Pacific Journal of Cancer Prevention. I really faced many papers coming from different countries regarding tobacco control. And even I will tell you that we have a special issue on tobacco control policy in South. Southeast Asia, Southwest Asia. I'm sorry, Central Asia, in fact. That is regarding to tobacco control, and I'm very happy to join this session, and I'm waiting to hear the next speaker. Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Dr. Pulkesh Kumar. Dr. Pulkesh Kumar is Deputy Secretary, Tobacco Division, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He was an officer in Indian Railway Personnel Services of 2011 batch and has previously served as Deputy CPO of East Central Railway in Indian Railway. And Dr. Pulkesh Kumar today will speak on topic tobacco use and addiction. Willpower is not enough. Now over to Dr. Pulkesh Kumar, please.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Just a minute. Is it okay?
Yeah, we can see.
Thank you. So the topic given to me is very interesting, that it's addiction caused by the nicotine. All the tobacco products, we know that tobacco products contains large number of chemicals that are very harmful. But the main component that we consider that what causes the addiction is nicotine. And we will see that how the nicotine causes addiction. And if we see that because of this addiction, it is so strong that the willpower of the person, those who are addicted, becomes weak to overcome this. And that also has a various reasons. So coming to this one, okay, fine. Nicotine is derived from the tobacco plants, and it is being taken by various methods like cigarettes, chewing tobacco, holding moist snuff in mouths. Many product names are there, and now the newer methods have come like nicotine pouch, electronic cigarettes, and other things. They have different quantity of nicotine content, and it also depends upon the quality of the product and from where, how it has been grown, or how it has been processed. So here we can see the cigarettes, electronic cigarettes, then how much content of nicotine is there, and how many potentially toxic components are there. They have cigarettes have more than 7,000 in fact toxic products in that one. So similarly, here the nicotine content of this one, NRT gum, NRT, that is nicotine replacement therapy, inhalation, lozenges, it is given here. We can go through this one. Next, the addiction that nicotine causes, that defined by WHO criteria for addiction, is a behavioral pattern in which the use of a given psychoactive drug is given a sharply higher priority over other behaviors which once had a significantly higher value. Similarly, Surgeon General's criteria for drug dependence is there, and nicotine dependence or addiction caused by nicotine fits in most of the criteria. Is a primary criteria, is a highly controlled or compulsive use, psychoactive effects are there, drug reinforced behavior are there, and there are additional criteria, and dependence producing drug often produce like tolerance, physical dependence, pleasant euphoric effect, definitely it is there. If we come to nicotine addiction, it is nicotine which sustains tobacco addiction. And it is one of the major cause of disability and premature death of large number of people. Thus, it was in earlier presentation, the quantum of the death or mortality is which the tobacco addiction is causing in India was given. It is coming around 3,500 deaths per day. It is too much in India. So nicotine, now coming to the nicotine, which binds to nicotine cholinergic receptors, facilitating neurotransmitter release and thereby mediating the complex action of nicotine in tobacco users. Brain imaging studies demonstrate that nicotine acutely increases activity in the prefrontal cortex, thalamus, and visual system, consistent with activation of corticobasal ganglia, thalamic brain circuit. Stimulation of central nicotine cholinergic receptors by nicotine results in the release of a variety of neurotransmitters in the brain. Most important is dopamine. Nicotine causes the release of dopamine in the mesolimbic area, the corpus striatum, and the frontal cortex. Of particular importance are the dopaminergic neurons in the ventral tegmental area of the midbrain and the release of dopamine in the shell of the nucleus accumbens, as this pathway appears to be critical in drug-induced reward. Other neurotransmitters, including norepinephrine, acetylcholine, serotonin, this is GABA, glutamate, and endorphins, are released as well, mediating various behaviors of nicotine. Release of these neurotransmitters are particularly important in the development of nicotine dependence. Nicotine addiction is more prevalent and more severe in those which are having the history of major depressions, schizophrenic patients, and the person who are already having the alcohol or other drug abuse problems. The severity of nicotine addiction can be assessed using different instruments, but these instruments are not so precise predicators of the key behavior in addiction. You can see the stages of nicotine addiction. First, the youth people or the people start, when adult people starts with experiment with cigarettes, whether they like it or not, or how it feels. They start, thereafter they start taking smoking regularly, they develop dependence, and with lots of awareness and enforcement from either due to the health conditions worsening or from the family perspective, they try to attempt to quit smoking, then again relapse to smoking occurs, and sometimes even more or less 5% of the population who try to quit smoking are able to successfully quit the smoking. If you see the biology of nicotine addiction, it's quite interesting that how it affects first the metabolism of nicotine is affected by age, gender also, like female having higher metabolic rate of nicotine. Then genetics also depends upon genetics, psychiatric disease, and obviously the substance abuse, other substance abuse that they are related with. So the smoking behavior, it goes to body, then again it goes to receptors, neurotransmitter releases, and it again reinforced. And this, I've already told that nicotine causes so many neurotransmitters release, and you see how these neurotransmitters acts like dopamine. They are related with pleasure, appetite suppression, norepinephrine, arousal, appetite suppression, and similarly all the others are there. This one is very important. In addition to direct and indirect stimulation of neurotransmitter release, chronic cigarette smoking, remember, the chronic cigarette smoking reduces brain monoamine oxidase A and B. This reduces these activities of monoamine oxidase, which would be expected to increase monoaminergic neurotransmitter level such as dopamine and norepinephrine in synapses, thus augmenting the effect of nicotine and contributing to addiction. Inhibition of monoamine oxidase facilitates acquisition of nicotine self-administration in rats, supporting the idea that monoamine oxidase inhibition interacts with nicotine to reinforce tobacco dependence. Thus, monoamine oxidase inhibitors may be useful in treating nicotine addiction. This is with repeated this is very important, that how the nicotine addiction is upregulated. People start taking small amount of nicotine, then again high amount. They are not satisfied with, after some time they are not satisfied with this amount of nicotine. Then they have to take the higher amount of nicotine to produce the same effect, and again the higher effect. Uh, and this is called upregulation of nicotine. And this is caused by the upregulation of the nicotine receptors. With repeated exposure to nicotine, tolerance develops to some of the effects of nicotine. Concurrent with this neuroadaptation is an increase in the number of nicotine cholinergic receptors, binding sites in the brain. This increase is believed to represent upregulation in response to nicotine-mediated desensitization of receptors. This desensitization may play a role in nicotine tolerance and dependence. It has been suggested that craving and withdrawal symptoms begin in chronic smokers when previously desensitized nicotine cholinergic receptors become unoccupied and recover to a responsive state during periods of abstinence, maybe such as during nighttime sleep. Thus, nicotine binding and desensitization of these receptors during smoking may alleviate craving and withdrawal. This is the nicotine receptor upregulation in smokers. It's seen in the frontal cortex and hippocampus. Two images are there. And we see the diagnostic criteria. This is DSM-5, that is Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, 5th edition.
Hello, something.
So Dr. Pulkesh had some network issues. He's joining back.
Okay, okay.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, Dr. Pulkesh.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry, my connection got lost. So I'm just sharing the screen again. And please let me know what till when was this slide there, DSM criteria? Hello.
Yes, we can see your
Yeah,
slide.
yeah, please. So I was showing this images that how the nicotine receptors uptake is regulation, upregulation occurs, and there is a diagnostic criteria which is there by Diagnostic and Statistical Manual and Mental Disorders, 5th edition. So out of 11 criteria, if 2 is there, then some diagnosis can be made that the person is having addiction. These are thus diagnostic criteria. And coming to this Fagerstrom test for cigarette dependence, it's the Fagerstrom test for nicotine dependence is a standard instrument for assessing the intensity of physical addiction to nicotine. The Fagerstrom tolerance questionnaire was developed by Carl Olof Fagerstrom. This instrument was modified in the Fagerstrom test for nicotine dependence by Todd Heatherston in 1991. The test was designed to provide an ordinal measure of nicotine dependence related to cigarette smoking. It contains 6 items that evaluate the quantity of cigarette consumption, the compulsion to use, and dependence. In scoring the Fagerstrom test for nicotine dependence, yes, no items are scored from 0 to 1, and multiple choice items are scored from 0 to 3. The items are summed to yield a total score of 0 to 10. The higher the total Fagerstrom score, the more intense is the patient's physical dependence on nicotine. In the clinic, the Fagerstrom test may be used by the physician to document indications for prescribing medication for nicotine withdrawal. Now coming to the nicotine withdrawal system, that is because of the abstinence from the tobacco, nicotine withdrawal is associated with negative emotional state, including an anxiety and the perception of increased stress, which may represent powerful stimuli to relapse to tobacco use. There is evidence that the activation of the extra hypothalamic corticotropin releasing factor receptors system contributes to negative effect during nicotine withdrawal. Withdrawal from other drugs of abuse such as alcohol, cocaine, opiates, and cannabinoids is also associated with activation of the extra hypothalamic system. That is a corticotropin releasing factor system, suggesting that this is a common mechanism of effective manifestation of drug withdrawal. Thus, both the hypoactivity of the dopaminergic system and the activation of the CRF system appear to mediate nicotine withdrawal symptoms that often precipitate relapse to smoking. When a person stops smoking, nicotine withdrawal symptoms emerge. These include irritability, depressed mood, restlessness, and anxiety, as I told earlier, problems getting along with friends and family, difficulty concentrating, increased hunger and eating, insomnia, and craving for tobacco. Nicotine withdrawal in untreated smokers produces mood disturbances comparable to intensity to those seen in psychiatric outpatients. How this nicotine addiction is maintained, it's very important. The pharmacologic basis for nicotine addiction can be seen as a combination of positive reinforcement such as enhancement of mood or functioning, as well as avoidance of the negative consequences of prior drug use, that is the relief of withdrawal symptoms in situations when nicotine is not available. This one is very important, smoking and conditioned behavior. All drugs taking behavior is learned, which is a result of conditioning. Drug taking behavior is made more probable or reinforced by the consequence of the pharmacologic action of the drug, as is here for nicotine. At the same time, the user begins to associate specific moods, situation, or environmental factors with the rewarding effects of the drug. Similarly, cigarette smoking is maintained in part by such conditioning. People habitually smoke cigarettes in specific situations such as after a meal, with a cup of coffee, or an alcoholic drink, or with friends who smoke. The association between smoking and these other events repeated many times cause the environmental situation to become powerful cues for the urge to smoke. Likewise, aspects of the drug taking process, such as the manipulation of a smoking material or the taste, smell, or feel of smoke in the throat become associated with the pleasurable effects of smoking. Even unpleasant moods can become conditioned cues for smoking. For example, a smoker may learn that not having a cigarette provokes irritability, a common symptom of the nicotine abstinence syndrome.
Sir.
And smoking a cigarette provides relief after repeated experience of the sort. A smokers may come to regard irritability from any source, such as stress or frustration, as cue for smoking. This is the nicotine addiction cycle, that cigarette smoking, how the nicotine absorption occurs. Half-life cycle of the nicotine is roughly 2 to 3 hours. Then arousal mood modulation pleasure, then tolerance and physical dependence develops, and drug abstinence produces withdrawal symptoms.
Excuse me, sir.
Again, because of this, craving occurs.
I can interrupt, but we are running out of time. If you can.
Okay, just a minute. Thank you.
I appreciate it, sir.
Then this is the comparison between with other abuses, how the nicotine causes the psychoactive effects, drug in reinforced behavior, compulsive use. We can compare it with heroin, cocaine, alcohol, and caffeine also. This study is very also important. Like food addiction is loosely defined as hedonic eating behavior involving the consumption of highly palatable foods such as high in salt, fat, and sugar, in quantities beyond homeostatic energy requirement. Craving is a crucial component of food addiction. Several studies have found various correlations between substance abuse, food addiction, and some eating disorders like bulimia nervosa, anorexia nervosa, binge eating, etc. The correlations are not only neurobiological but also clinical and epidemiological. And this study shows concludes that prevalence of food addiction among addicted people is greater than in the general population. Risk of food addiction increases with the increase in number of used substances like polyabuse. Age is inversely correlated with food addiction, and there is a positive and significant correlation between body mass index and food addiction among substance tobacco users. So it concludes that long-term exposure to nicotine produces biologic adaptation leading to tolerance and withdrawal. Withdrawal symptoms, especially self-reported craving and negative affect, are related to some indices of addiction. Further study required to understand individual withdrawal symptoms related to relapse and maintenance of nicotine addiction. This is very important so that the treatment of the addiction can occur. So with this, I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you very much
Thank
to
you.
all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pulkesh Kumar. It's a very interesting talk, and you have nicely covered the nicotine addiction, dependence, the mechanism of neuroadaptation, nicotine dependence, how to measure the severity of addiction, so on. But due to paucity of time, we are not taking any question for this session. And now, I would like to invite the last speaker, Dr. Shiv Shekhar Datta. Dr. Datta is a professor and head in the Department of Community Medicine in Tripura Medical College, Agartala. He is a fellow in Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research, and an alumni of International Clinical Epidemiology Network Leadership and Management Program. He is the Secretary of Indian Association of Preventive Social Medicine Northeast Zone since 2018, and also a member of IAPSM Governing Council, the Chairman of Operational Research Tripura State. With over 65 publications, both national and international, he has received Kaluram Memorial Award 2009, Chandrasekharam Young Scientist Award 2010, and Vijay Narayan Scientist Award for Community-Based Research 2011. And he is also alumni of Mahatma Gandhi Institute Medical Sciences, Sevagram. So now I would like to invite Dr. Shiv Shekhar Datta. He will speak on the topic socio-cultural and genetic determinants of tobacco use. So over to you, Shiv, please.
Good evening, all. Thank you, ISKU, Lady Hardinge Medical College, and UICC for having me as a speaker for this session. More than all my designations, I am a proud student of Professor Garg sir. So I'm very happy and delighted since I'm presenting when Sir is in chair. So thank you, ISCO, for giving me this opportunity. So the topic which has been allotted to me is socio-cultural and genetic determinants of tobacco use. We all know why this topic is important, because by and large, tobacco is killing almost 1.35 million people in India every year, and worldwide 7 million deaths are because of tobacco. This is current data 2019. So with this just a brief introduction, I will, this is the outline of my presentation. I will be talking through these points of, about tobacco origination, socio-demographic determinants of tobacco use every year, the socio-cultural worldwide genetic determinants, 7 million deaths, and in the end, something about achievements and opportunities related to tobacco control in view of socio-cultural and socio-demographic determinants. So in promoted, but also patronized smoking, and in a sort of, it has glamorized tobacco and smoking so much so that in Asian subcontinent, a young generation is almost attracted towards smoking to as a self portrayal of manliness and courage. Not only that, also it's very alarming that amidst the ban on tobacco, the Indian Tobacco Company was sponsoring Indian national cricket team till 2007-8, and now again in 2021 it is again trying to sponsor Indian cricket team, and also there is a news that it might also sponsor Euro football. So these are the things, when we are talking about tobacco ban and tobacco cessation, these things are very much, not a sounding news. Now, regarding tobacco origination, we all know that tobacco has almost 2,500 known compounds and almost more than 4,000 compounds in tobacco smoke. But what is important to know that there are already 43 known carcinogens after that classical Doll and Hill study, which showed that tobacco causes lung cancer. It's almost after 75 years later also, we are talking about why tobacco consumption should be banned. Now, in simple terms, tobacco causes death, disease, and disability, if I have to say the 3 Ds. And the 30% of the cancers are directly due to or attributed to due to tobacco. Again, globally, 942 million men and 175 million women, those are aged 15 years and above, are current smokers, which is very significant. Now, talking about history of tobacco use, the initial history goes back to 1st century BC, where we can find Mayan people in Central America use tobacco leaves for smoking, and they were particularly using as religious smoke in religious ceremonies. Followed by, we can see that Native Americans started use of tobacco to cure such illness, some illnesses like asthma, earaches, to prevent a sort of snake bites, also for bowel problems, pain abdomen, insect bites, and so on, so many other conditions. Now, there started the story of tobacco, and in current India also, in particular in rural areas, we still see that smoking and tobacco is many times used as a preventive purpose, whereas it has so many hazardous side effects. Now, then from Central America, Portuguese and Spanish sailors helped the spread of tobacco throughout the world in the forms of pipes, cigars, and snuff. And now, from medicinal use to addiction use to now we are talking about cancers, that is the all story of tobacco use and smoking. Now, every year, globally, 6.7 million tons of tobacco are being produced at present day, and India, approximately 96,000 registered tobacco workers were enrolled in year 2016. Now, we have already heard that India is the second largest producer and consumer of tobacco. So here I could search an article from on systemic analysis of global burden of disease, where we can see that India, if you see on the age-6 prevalence of tobacco use in 2019 with both smoke and smokeless tobacco, if you can see the age and sex distribution, we'll find that in India, people start smoking or the use of tobacco in early 20s and 30s, and which is maintained in their entire life. So if we can target in this age group, particularly the 30 to 35 age group, or even if we can make aware the adolescent age group, then probably we will hit the nail where we can prevent the tobacco consumption in the entire life. If you can see the chewing tobacco versus tobacco, smoked tobacco in females, the same study also shows that in females also chewing tobacco is a alarming cause, and it has very high figures of approximately 15 to 20% of Indian females, particularly in rural area, use smokeless tobacco in the form of chewing, in the form of snuff or gutka. And not only that, approximately 7 to 8% Indian females also do smoke in the form of BD, and we have heard a discussion on that BDs are even more dangerous than cigarette smoking. Yes, of course, the literature says that it is almost 4.7 to 5%. There are more carcinogens in BDs compared to the cigarettes, because it's not the natural form; it is the raw form of tobacco which is consumed in the form of tobacco, and that's why it is more dangerous, almost 5 times more dangerous than the cigarettes. That is not a happy news for the cigarette smokers, of course, because cigarette smoking also kills. Likewise, BD smoking kills. When you look into males, the percentage of males who use chewing tobacco and smoke tobacco is almost same. There's almost 30 to 35% of Indian males in their lifetime, once at least, they smoke or they use chewing tobacco. And particularly in central India and North India, we find more of chewing tobacco and smoke tobacco. And of course, in southern India, we find more of smoke tobacco and bit less of chewing tobacco. In Andhra Pradesh, we know the chutta form of tobacco use. Now, tobacco consumption pattern in India, these are some 5 highlighted points which I could search from literature. India's first tobacco legislation was passed in 1975. So almost 45 years back, we had the Cigarette Act, and now we are talking about, after 45 years, we are talking about ban on cigarettes, which is very much ridiculous and funny too. India is the second largest consumer of tobacco. Like Professor Gupta said, this is not a position we want to secure, of course. The third is that more than 1/4 of our population consume tobacco. Global Adult Tobacco Survey, which was done in 2016-17, which said almost half of the men use or consume tobacco, and 1/10 of the female also do consume tobacco, which is very, very much alarming. Now, they have also counted that, on an average, one Indian male smokes 6.2 cigarettes per day. And financial burden of tobacco-related disease, which was calculated by economists, was from 2011 to 2012. I'm talking about 10 years old, which was almost equal to $22.4 billion. Now, when we talk about taxation on tobacco and taxation on cigarettes and cigars, it is the revenue which is generated from the taxation or the excise duty which is put on this cigarettes and other tobacco products, is actually 25 to 28% of what is the burden. So we are not actually on the higher side. We are not the mayor talk that's if you ban cigarette, there will be a lot of burden on the taxation. So actually we are on the burden. We are having the burden, if we consider it, is 22.4 billion. The tax we get is actually 1/4. So that means actually 75% loss or 75% burden is on health. So by eventually, if we talk in terms of profit, if we simply just ban tobacco and tobacco related products, will be 75% richer by next year only. And not a wonder that we are talking about so many things, but the data which was published in 2013, which was done on 18 medical colleges, which said 50% of Indian male doctors actually do smoke, and the number is even high among male students and male interns. So when at one end we're telling the common people not to smoke, not to engage into tobacco consumption, actually 50% of our fraternity are involved in smoking or tobacco consumptions. Now, when we look into determinants of tobacco use in India, the Global Adult Tobacco Survey GATT says that males use more compared to females. Individuals in rural areas use more compared to urban areas. This has all been discussed. Illiterate use more than person with some formal education. Young men and middle age, that is 30 to 44 age group, is the highest consumer of tobacco, and persons engaged in informal sector are more consumers of tobacco compared to the formal occupation, simply because in offices they can't smoke. So from 2007, smoke-free zones, most offices are smoke-free zones, so there they can't smoke. But if you look at the outside offices, people are smoking, and so that is that needs to be taken care of. This is a bit of qualitative finding. So 1,300 men were asked about reasons for starting smoking, and they said, saw my friend smoking, and they were curious. Now, when asked into deeper, they said it looks that I am a mature person. So that is the reason. Reasons to continue, whenever their intention, they wanted to get relaxed. So that is the cause for consumption of tobacco. Now they say that smoking zones in offices, and now we can see in airports also there are smoking free or smoking zones. I don't know why these are these zones are existing even. Knowledge on regarding health hazards, then almost all of them know it very well. And they also said that we don't smoke in front of kids and females. So they are very much being kind on the kids and females, but not on themselves. Aspects related to quitting, they said try to quit, but tension again forces. So if we see, by and large, the ultimate onus becomes on government. When they were asked what if manufacturing stopped, and they said, why don't government just stop it? So anti-tobacco commercials, so they also said these are all there, but why doesn't government act? If government doesn't act, why should we? So this is a very interesting a study which I found in literature. But globally, when I searched 7 or 8 articles, I could come out with this 5 determinants of tobacco use. Number 1 being use of tobacco and approval of tobacco by the peers or by siblings or in the family. Second was smoking by parents or guardians. Third was accessibility to tobacco products. So these has to be targeted. Fourth is exposure to tobacco use, promotional campaigns, like I said, movies and other advertisements needs to be banned. Fifth is low self-esteem or self-image. So if we look at the top 5 determinants, we'll find there are 2 major groups. One is individual or family related. The second is the legislation related. So we have tried for last 40-45 years to make people aware, to motivate them, which actually is working up to 20 to 25%. But the 75% onus is on the governments, the legislators, and the acts. Now, coming to genetic determinants of tobacco use, it was in 2003 actually when they talked about from nicotine dependence to genetic determinants. They said not only it's the behavioral or the environmental factors which is responsible for tobacco consumption or the maintenance of tobacco addiction, it is also the genetic determinants. So they said that initiation and continuation of smoking is due to both the genetic and environmental factors, which was published in 2004. And then I can say 2002 and 2004, there were 2 articles which were published, which said initiation of smoking is 50% genetically influenced and maintenance is almost 70% genetic contribution has. So there are two evidences, though there are 2 strong evidences in favor of that. Article which was published in 2009, which said twin and family studies show that several genes together determines who will develop smoking addiction and remain addicted to nicotine. So that means if there are strong genetic predisposition also to tobacco initiation and maintenance. Then there were 3 or 4 cluster groups of chromosomes which were strongly associated regarding smoking initiation and maintenance. So this also strongly says that once a smoker, addicted, it is very difficult to bring him out of that loop. So it is better to target those high-risk family members, those where the parents or the peers or the siblings are actually smokers, so their awareness will act. Now, talking about achievements and opportunities regarding tobacco control in India, there are 4 achievements if I can say. The WHO framework of CTC, that is Convention on Tobacco Control, which is in imposition since 2005. Then there is, in Government of India has declared strong smoke-free laws since 2007. That has actually, which Professor Gupta showed, that because of that, the number of cigarette smokers have gone down, but also at the same time, BD smokers has gone up by 2%, which is actually 30% increase. Prevalence of smoking and second-hand smoke has decreased, which has already been discussed by Professor Gupta, that it's been 11 to 13% in India. Tobacco packaging legal acts. See, now it's more than 70% of the cigarettes, cigars, and not BDs, but other cigarettes and cigar packages has to be shown that cigarettes causes cancer, has actually part worked. Now there are opportunities. Now this is the most important area. Now you have to significantly increase tobacco taxes, which already Professor Cruz said that tobacco taxation in developing and poor countries is very less. We need to increase it by many-fold. Ban tobacco products and ingredients. Totally, just simply ban. As I have already said, 75% will be benefited. Ban tobacco industry's corporate social responsibility initiatives. These are the things under which they hide their business, that huge business. They are contributing to the world the death in disguise of CSR initiatives. And just I have said that overcome the false health versus economy dilemma. Economy is going to survive, and our economy is going to be actually benefited by banning tobacco. So with these things, I think I'll close my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Seb. Very interesting topic and nicely covering the history of tobacco use in India as well as abroad. I also covered the tobacco consumption pattern in India, what are the determinants of tobacco use in India as well as globally, and lastly the genetic determinants of tobacco use, which I did not know at least earlier. Thank you for this informative talk. And before I close the session, I would like to invite my co-chair, Professor Ali Raja Masabi, to give the concluding remark. Professor Ali Raja Masabi? I think we have lost him. Okay. So overall, all the 3 speakers, they covered their topic in a comprehensive manner, in an interesting manner, and we all have learned a lot. But due to the paucity of time, we could not take questions. I would like to congratulate the organizer for arranging this interesting session. And now hand over the mic back to the organizer. Thank you.
Along with my fellow coordinator, Dr. Raveen, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to respected chairpersons, Dr. B.S. Garg sir and Dr. Muzavi sir, for chairing this session. We are grateful to esteemed speakers, Dr. P.C. Gupta sir, Dr. Pulkesh Kumar sir, and Dr. Shivsekhar Datta sir, for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and informative presentations with us. Thank you again for your contribution. Now over to Dr. Richa and Dr. Vipin Kharare to start the session 2.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. Good evening, all. After the successful completion of session 1 of this conference, let's proceed towards session 2, which will include discussion on tobacco-induced inflammation, molecular changes, and risk of cancer. The chairpersons for these sessions are Professor Dr. Tejendra Kataria and Dr. Rajesh Vashisht. Professor Dr. Tejendra Kataria, ma'am, she is presently chairperson of Radiation Oncology Department, Medanta, the Med City, Gurgaon, India. With more than 33 years of professional and teaching experiences and in radiation oncology field, she has also authored more than 144 publications, including 2 books. She has been editor and reviewer to many prestigious journals. Ma'am Kataria has received National Excellence Award in 2002 and Scroll of Honor Society of Oncology Award in 2010. And our second chairperson is Dr. Rajesh Vashisht. Presently, he is Associate Director, Principal Consultant and Head, Radiation Oncology Department at Max Super Speciality Hospital, Bathinda, Punjab. He has more than 30 years of experience in the field of radiation oncology and has many publications to his name in the field of oncology. He is part of many important academic societies, and presently he holds the position of President of Association of Radiation Oncologists of India, which is the largest association of radiation oncologists in India. I welcome both the chairpersons, Professor Dr. Tejinder Kataria ma'am and Dr. Rajesh Vashisht sir, and hand over this and request them to start the session 2 without any further ado, because we are already short of time. Over to you, sir and ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Madam,
Good evening, everyone. How are you? And thank you, Dr. Richa, for your kind introduction. And on behalf of my co-chair, Dr. Rajesh Vashisht, I would like to invite Dr. Chandra Prakash Prasad, who is the assistant professor, associate professor now at the Department of Medical Oncology, Lab Services at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. And he will be speaking on tobacco-induced molecular changes during cancer development and progression. Over to you, Dr. Prasad.
hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, doctor.
And ma'am, can you see the slides also?
Yes,
so
we
that
can
I can
see the
start.
slides also. Thank you.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to speak about this interesting topic, where I'm gonna discuss tobacco-induced molecular changes during cancer development and progression. Now, we know that all forms of tobacco are harmful and there is no safe level of exposure. Now, cigarette smoking is the most common form of tobacco used worldwide. Now, tobacco products includes water pipe tobacco, various smoke-like tobacco products like gutkhas, pan masala, roll-on tobacco, and bidis. And tobacco is the major risk factor for many chronic diseases, including cancer, lung disease, cardiovascular disease, and stroke. Now, previous speakers have covered the worldwide incidence elegantly. So just I want to add that over 80% of the 1.3 billion tobacco users worldwide live in low and middle income countries. India is a middle income country and it is the second largest consumer as well as producer of tobacco. Now in India, tobacco accounts for around 1.35 million deaths every year. Now, if you look at the adult population, that is 15 years and above, there are around 267 million adults which are exposed to tobacco, according to Global Adult Tobacco Survey India in 2016-17. Now, coming to my topic. So what are, broadly this slide says, what are the major carcinogens in tobacco? So there are poisonous gases like butane, carbon monoxide, and toluene. There are toxic metals like arsenic, cadmium, chromium, lead, and cancer-causing chemical like benzene, formaldehyde. Now, if you look very carefully, there are specific carcinogens that has been evaluated by International Agency for Cancer for Research on Cancer. And you can see that in tobacco smoke, there are PAH, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, like benzopyrene. Then there are nitrosamines like NNK, NNN, aromatic amines, aldehydes, etc. In unburned tobacco, you will have all these compounds coming again, PAH, nitrosamines, aldehydes, etc. Now, it has been previously discussed in the speakers and among the public that, and we are now sure that not the smoking tobacco or there is non-smokeless tobacco is not a substitute for a smoking tobacco, because you can find the same carcinogens, heavy metals, toxin in the smokeless tobacco, just like cigarettes. Now, smokeless tobacco product increase the burden of head and neck cancer and diseases of mouth and teeth, just like cigarettes. Now, as elegantly described by Dr. Kumar in the previous session, nicotine is the major chemical compound responsible for addiction in tobacco plants. So nicotine itself is a carcinogen, and a person smoking 25 cigarettes a day will absorb around 0.43 nicotine per kg. And nitrosamines, which are a component, or you can say which can be a metabolic components of nicotine, like these are NNN, NNK, are among the most important and potent carcinogens found in tobacco and tobacco smoke. Now, if you look at this article published by Benowitz in 2010, they have elegantly shown that the blood levels, concentration of nicotine in nanogram per ml, and whatever tobacco you're using, whether they are cigarettes, oral snuff, chewing tobacco, or nicotine gum, almost the body is exposed to the same amount of nicotine. So no form of tobacco is safe. So tobacco contains a number of carcinogens, specifically polycyclic hydrocarbons and tobacco-specific N-nitrosamines like NNN, NNK, which undoubtedly contribute to tobacco-related diseases and cancer. And these are the major area of research where people are using these compounds, purified compounds, and assessing their carcinogenic abilities. Now, we all know that tobacco can induce cancer and other chronic diseases. So I'll be focusing on cancer in my talk. So in the past few years, or you can say decades, researchers have shown evidently that tobacco induces cancer development and drives cancer progression and metastasis. So first, we're going to discuss in brief how tobacco is associated with cancer initiation and development. So this is a picture which I have taken from a review published in 2002, where they have shown systematically that how cigarette smoke carcinogen is associated with genetic changes in lung cancer. So if you can see on this side, left-hand side, it's a duration of smoking in years. And in right-hand side, you can see that how a normal tissue is actually converted into invasive cancer by undergoing hyperplasia, dysplasia, and carcinoma. So what happens that due to nicotine addiction, if a person is smoking a cigarette, the carcinogens come into the bloodstream. And this, normally what happens that these carcinogens are detoxified by cytochrome P450 by adding an oxygen atom, so making these carcinogens dissolve into water so that they can be secreted out. But however, with time, when there is a lot of exposure of carcinogens and our, you can say, purification machinery doesn't clear these components, they forms and adapts in the DNA. Now, these DNA adducts with time can, form mutations, and these mutations happens either in an oncogene like KRAS or c-MYC, or in a tumor suppressor gene, basically which inhibits these tumor suppressor genes, and cancer grows. So this is a paper which came in like 2017, where they have attributed mutational signature that are associated with tobacco smoking in human cancer. So these authors, they suggested that there is one DNA mutation per lung cell for every 50 cigarettes smoked. So people who are smoking 20 cigarettes a day in a year can generate 150 mutation per lung cells, 97 per larynx cells, 39 per pharynx cells, etc. Now, if you can compare the burden of these mutational signature, as you can see here, these are tobacco smokers and these are non-smokers in lung adenocarcinomas. You can see that signature burden is higher in person who are smoking tobacco than non-smokers in lung cancer. So these authors suggested that smoking increases cancer risk by increasing the somatic mutation load, Although the direct evidence of this mechanism is lacking in some cancers like kidney, where you can see that in a smoker group and non-smoker group, there is no significant difference in the signature burden. Now, it is not only the changes in the DNA. There is studies which are coming like in the last decade that suggested that epigenetic changes from cigarette smoke may be first step in the lung cancer development. So what is cancer? What is epigenetics? It's the study of how cells control gene activity without changing the DNA sequence. There are two major phenomena like DNA methylation and histone modification. I'll be focusing in histone modification. Basically, histone is a protein and DNA is wrapped around this histone protein. And when modification happens in this histone protein, DNA loosens up or tightens up, which actually governs the transcription machinery. Now, in 2017, Stephen Bailey group, they came up with this article, and in which they showed that long-term exposure of untransformed human bronchial epithelial cells, which are basically normal lung cells, when they are exposed to cigarette smoke condensates for like long-term, like 15 months, they showed increase in oncogenic signaling like KRAS MAP kinase signaling, and there is a downregulation of tumor suppressor gene. So they mainly showed that KRAS mutation was harbored in the cells when they are treated with cigarette smoke condensate. They further showed that there is a methylation of the key tumor suppressor genes like BMP3, WIF1, SFRP2, SF5, SLAT2, which activates major oncogenic signaling, basically, which is required for cancer cell proliferation. So I have highlighted these, that loss of BMP3 can activate KRAS MAP kinase signaling. Loss of WIF1, SFRP2, SFRP5 can activate Wnt pathway activation, and loss of GATA4 can activate MAP kinase ERK oncogenic signaling. Now, we all know that these cancer patients, they don't die because of the primary tumor, they die because the cancer metastasizes to different body parts. And then there is a systemic organ failure. So one of the important phenomena that is responsible by which the cancer cell attain this motility to go out from the tissue and reach the different organs is epithelial mesenchymal transition. Now, in this phenomena, what happens that epithelial cells, which are adhered to each other very tightly because of the cell-cell junctional proteins like E-cadherin, cytokeratin, ZO1, actually loses these adhesion junctions because of the downregulation of these proteins. And these cells become motile because they are not adhered to each other now. And these cells come into the circulation and moving to the different body parts, causing metastasis. Now, this is a paper which came in 2012. They elegantly showed that lung cancer patients who are never smokers have a better survival than the current and the former smoker. They have shown clearly that, if you can see the brown color, basically it's a E-cadherin staining, that in never smokers, they have a high E-cadherin staining. That is, they're showing that cell-cell adhesion is still intact compared to current smokers and former smokers. They further showed that the cancer patient who have high levels of E-cadherin, this red line, they have a better survival than the low E-cadherin. Using this lung cancer cell lines, when they exposed the cigarette smoke condensate to these cells, they found that as compared to control, the migration as well as invasion capability of these lung cancer cells increases. They further showed that HDAC inhibitor MS275 is really good in curbing this increased migration and invasion induced by tobacco. So now there are various pathways which have been shown that can be activated by tobacco carcinogens like nicotine, NNK, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, that can actually dependent or independent of the receptor itself, thereby regulating various components like cytoskeleton component or E-cadherin, which is a epithelial marker, vimentin, fibronectin, which are like mesenchymal markers. They regulate this epithelial to mesenchymal transition, meaning that carcinogens have this ability to induce EMT, thereby inducing metastasis in cancer patients. And same way, the cigarette smoke can activate various transcription factors like SCLAG, STAT3, RAC1, AKT pathway, and thereby modulating the epithelial to mesenchymal transition, giving cancer cells motility to invade to other body parts. So these are the publications. Just I have compiled that it is shown in breast cancer also, and head and neck cancer, esophageal cancer too. So next is, now researchers have shown also, like in a past decade, so we have this data that tobacco actually induces metastasis. So here I have taken a study where they have shown that when the mice, AJ mice, is treated with nicotine 1 milligram per kg, you can see there is an increase in metastatic foci in lung as compared to vehicle alone. And if you compare nicotine 1 mg per kg with nicotine 25 mg per kg, of course, the lung mets have increased in these mice, thereby showing that nicotine basically positive regulates the lung metastasis in these animal models. Furthermore, these authors showed that when nicotine is combined with NNK, which is a nitrosamine, the cancer becomes more aggressive. As you can see here, so NNK alone can give you this much of leads, but like there's a twofold increase when nicotine is combined to this NNKs. Now, tobacco carcinogens, they don't only modulate the genomic and epigenomic modulations, but they can now be seen in the modulating our cancer or our metabolome. So what people have shown now that smokes, the cigarette smoke condensate as well as benzopyrene with PAH, when they are exposed to cancer cells, you can see that the proliferation rate really increases twofold. And when these treated cells with these tobacco carcinogens, when injected in mice, they form a bigger tumor. Now, the researchers are showing that compared to parental cells, when the cancer cells are treated with tobacco carcinogens, there is increase in the glycolytic activity of the cells, cancer cells, means they are consuming more glucose. So this article clearly suggested that tobacco carcinogen can actually increases aerobic glycolysis, thereby inducing carcinogenesis. Coming to the survival, if you look at the non-small lung cancer patients, compared to never smoker, ever smokers have less survival, as well as this is all holds true for oral squamous cell carcinoma also, where never smoker has less survival compared to smokers. So this is the overall data I like to present, and we all agree that tobacco cessation is necessary to curb the morbidity and mortality for tobacco use. So thank you, and I'm ready to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. That was an amazing talk about the molecular changes during cancer development and progression induced by tobacco. I don't see any questions which have been raised so far. We will go on to the next speaker, and in case there are any questions, I'd like you to stay back, and at the end, then I'll call you back again. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Mayank Singh. He is an assistant professor in Department of AIIMS, New Delhi. He will speak on tobacco-induced. He will speak on tobacco-associated inflammation, driver of oncogenesis. Dr. Mayank.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Mayank.
Yeah, I will just share the screen. Is the screen visible to all of you?
Okay, visible. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be the part of this conference. So I will carry forward what my colleague Dr. Chandra Prakash was just talking about. So he was basically talking about different molecular changes which are associated with the tobacco and the carcinogens which it produces. So I'm going to talk about a very important driver of oncogenesis, which is mediated by tobacco, which is called inflammation. And the title of my talk is obviously tobacco-associated inflammation, which is a driver of oncogenesis. So if you see what is inflammation, inflammation is basically a part of a complex biological response of the body to the harmful stimuli. So whenever body influences an insult, then there's an inflammatory response by the body immune system. And this inflammatory response, the purpose of this inflammatory response is to control the damage that has been caused by the immune system. And there are two types of inflammation. One is acute inflammation and there is a chronic inflammation. So the acute inflammation is the initial response of the body to the harmful stimuli, and is achieved by the increase in the movement of the plasma and leukocytes, basically the components of the immune system, from the blood to the injured tissue, and it persists until that the repairing has been done. And the other form of inflammation is the chronic inflammation, which is basically the root of many diseases, and it lasts for months or years. And it involves a component of immune system which we call the macrophages, lymphocytes, plasma cells, and these cells basically they predominate in the chronic inflammation, like in the case of a smokers or a tobacco chewer. Because of the tar that is being produced by these things, there's some sort of say effervescence of the immune system is going on throughout. And this effervescence, what it does is that it keeps the immune system into constant action, and there's a inflammatory environment that crops up in the human body. And this inflammatory environment, it drives the carcinogenesis and the process of oncogenesis in these people. So when I started this talk, I was talking about the chronic inflammation. It's a root of many diseases, and we, as of in this 2020, when we understand a lot about inflammation, what inflammation is, what it can do to the human body, and it is well established that the inflammation is the root of many forms of cancers, be it lung cancer, bladder cancer, or cervical cancer, which is triggered by HPV infection. In fact, the infection by many bacteria like H. pylori in the case of gastric cancer, or in the case of or HPV, human papillomavirus, in the case of cervical cancer. What it does is that it basically creates an inflammatory environment in which there's the production of a lot of reactive oxygen species and other species which cause a mutation, and which then gives rise to hypermutation, and which drives the process of oncogenesis, making the cancer cell more stronger, more resistant to therapy, and all those places. But if you see the different components of the human body, like skin or respiratory system, all of these are affected by your inflammation. Like in the case of skin, if you see a lot of premature aging and wrinkles in the person who have got excessive inflammation. And if you see the respiratory system, the COPD is manifested by inflammation, and there's an increased risk of viral and bacterial infection, because what happens because of inflammation is that the barrier inside the human body is broken, and that is why the virus and bacteria find easier to go inside and do infect it. And there's an increased risk of active tuberculosis, and there's an increased risk of asthma. The inflammation also influences the cardiovascular system. It is well documented, and it causes an increase in the risk of heart failure and stroke, as well as the peripheral vascular diseases. And it is understood as of today that inflammation it considerably weakens the immune system, because the immune system cells are already well exhausted in the patient who are suffering with the inflammation. So before this talk, Dr. Chandra Prakash, my colleague, he touched upon the different aspects of the oncogenesis. So what is oncogenesis? In oncogenesis, what happens is that it is considered today that the oncogenesis happen because of systematic accumulation of mutations. And what kind of mutation do accumulate? The mutations which accumulate in different oncogenes which are present. If these proto-oncogenes are converted to oncogenes, then when there's a subsequent accumulation of these mutations, say there's a accumulation of like 3 different mutations in 3 different oncogenes like P53, retinoblastoma, then it gives rise to cancerous cells. So that is where the problem arises. If you see, this is a normal epithelium, and if there's an injury to this epithelium, what happens is this results into an inflammatory epithelium. And if at this point, if there's a infection by, say, microbes or something, so what these microbes is going to go is that they'll find easier to go inside this, and then the inflammatory response is going to be mounted by the human body, which will be mediated by macrophages, dendritic cells, or monocytes. And then Because of this inflammatory response, there's an accumulation of the hypermutations, and which gives rise to excessive mutations. Or maybe this epithelium can directly develop these oncogenic events like your hypermutations and all those things. And then this gives rise to these the pre-oncogenic cells. And when you combine this with excessive cytokines or inflammatory mediators, and they will excessive proliferation, there will be no functional restoration of these cells, and there will be immunosuppression, and then this will finally lead to the process of tumorigenesis, resulting in the accumulation of tumors. So this is basically classically what happens. This is how basically an inflammation coordinate with the oncogenes to develop the cancers. So it is now known that about 15 to 20% of the cases of cancer are preceded by infection or a chronic inflammation or autoimmune diseases at same tissue or the other side. So inflammation has been regarded as the root of cancer as well as the driver of the cancer as well. And the action of systematic inflammation can take place even during the late stage of tumor. That is what I'm telling, that the sequence of event can be either way. The first inflammation can be there, then a cancer can come, or the inflammation is, or the cancer is already there. And suppose if you give a patient a chemotherapy drug, now it is documented that many drugs which are administered to cancer patients like cisplatin, which works by excessive production of reactive oxygen species, they basically drive the hypermutation process, and this can lead aggressive tumors, which are like therapy-resistant tumors. And this is what exactly happens in our body. See, this is the normal epithelium, and what is happening normally in a person who's got a healthy immune system or a healthy DNA repair system. So the normal epithelium, when it witnessed an injury, say infection by a microbe or something, is going to get regenerated back to this because there's an intact DNA damage response, or there's an intact proto-oncogenes and which can repair the DNA damage. But a person who has some abnormality, say it has some inflammatory disease, say it has some asthma or like some autoimmune disease, there will be a tissue disruption. And when there's a microbe infection in these cases, this tissue disruption is going to drive the immune cells here. And these immune cells are then going to give rise to different inflammatory molecules. And after that, this can lead to tumor progression, metastasis, and therapy resistance, and then finally tumorigenesis. And what inflammation does is that, so inflammation basically what it does is that it modulates the tumor microenvironment. And this tumor microenvironment is very complex. And what is happening is there's immunosuppression that is happening there. There's myeloid cells, Treg cells, which are getting dysregulated. There's an induction of auxiliary cells like fibroblasts, angiogenesis, macrophages, which are working out there, producing reactive oxygen species, and there's a mechanical and metabolic regulation as well. And then all of these converge into what we call as a tumor growth and promotion. If you see this all over the mind, this is pretty complex, and this is actually how it looks like. You see this figure, this is a pretty complex figure. So what I will try to simplify it. So what is happening is that here you've got this tobacco smoke, the cigarette smoke that is coming in. And this cigarette smoke has got reactive oxygen species. And first thing what is going to happen is that this reactive oxygen species is going to attack the epithelium. And then you will have the first allergy-like symptoms. And this allergy-like symptoms is lead to degranulation of the mast cells, which is going to produce a lot of reactive oxygen species. And once this smoke goes inside the alveoli, it's going to initiate a cascade, which is going to drive the emulation, and which is basically characterized by the polarization of the M1 macrophages to M2 macrophages. So there are basically two types of macrophages, there's an M1 and there's an M2. So M1 has got distinct phenotype because these are more of an inflammatory cells, while M2 is a less inflammatory cells, and you've got a blunted immune response in those cases. And this M2 polarization is there, then these cells are going to produce a reactive oxygen species excessive. So there's going to be amplification of the reactive oxygen species, as well as they're going to, and these reactive oxygen species are going to drive the inflammation there. This inflammation is going to drive the tissue damage here. And this tissue damage is going to drive the processes like your impaired phagocytosis, your secondary necrosis, and all those things. As well as you will have the increased production of esterases and proteases, which are like matrix metal proteases, MMP9, and all those things, which are going to cause a tissue disruption here. And then it's going to subsequently lead to the process called angiogenesis and all those things. As well as you will get a tumor microenvironment in which you have the altered production of IL-beta, IL-6, IL-8, TNF. Basically, these are all inflammatory cytokines and the chemokines that is happening there. As well as what you see here is that you see a dampened immune system. This is how the dampened immune system looks like. You've got alveolar macrophages, so they will have deficient presentation to the dendritic cells. And these dendritic cells, they have been shown in the smokers what is happening in those cases, these dendritic cells are unable to mature properly. And because they are unable to mature properly, they are insufficient in presenting the antigens to these cells, alveolar macrophages, and therefore this immune system is blunted. As well as what you are going to get here, you have got altered natural killer cells as well as the Th1 and Th2 cells. These B cells, which basically produce the antibodies in the body, what is going to happen is that they're going to produce insufficient or the antibodies which are not properly functioning. And that is this whole scenario. What it does is that it shows that you've got a blunted immune response in these patients, in the person who are smoking. As well as what you see here is that you've got highly inflammatory microenvironment that is being created, which basically gives rise to the tumor and subsequent result in a tumor microenvironment. So to simplify this thing, these are the different stages. What is happening here is that, so early exposure, what it does is that you have a cigarette smoke, and then you got the altered macrophages, natural killer cells, and these all these, they will give rise to precancerous phenotype. And this is an opportunity for the infection and colonization by the viruses and the bacteria. So they're going to come in the picture, and then they're going to drive this inflammation here, and then you'll have a highly inflammatory environment. And this inflammatory environment, in association with viruses like human papillomaviruses or H. pylori, is going to rise to the metastatic cancers, which have got a blunted immune response. So the immune system is unable to mount any sort of opposition to this kind of metastatic response. So this part, I will like to just touch upon. My friend Dr. Chandra Prakash also discussed this part. So cigarette smoke, what it does is that it is rich in oxygen, free oxygen radicals, free nitrogen oxide radicals, and this gives rise to oxidative damage. And this oxidative damage, it manifests in the form of DNA damage, protein oxidation, lung inflammation, mitochondrial damage, as a lipid peroxidation. So all of these basically alters fuel the tumor microenvironment to precede the inflammation. So as well as this smoke also has an adverse effect on the vascular function as well. If you see the profile of the person, this effect from an article, and that they have shown that in the person who's even take e-cigarette, there is a distinct profile as compared to the cigarette profile. And you see but in both the cases, there is an activation of the reactive oxygen species, nitrogen species, and then this oxidative stress, this gives rise to inflammation, which is characterized by CRP, NF-kappa B activation, pro-inflammatory cytokines, and then finally, endothelial dysfunction. And so this is how the inflammation also drives the CVD, which are the chronic vascular diseases. So reactive oxygen species is an important mediator of oncogenesis. In one of our work, which was published 12 years back, we showed that actually the reactive oxygen species like hydrogen peroxide, it induces apoptosis in the cervical carcinoma cells. But in that work, we also found was that those were the cancerous cells. But when you expose the normal cells to the oxygen species, then in those cells, the repeated exposure can drive the process of oncogenesis in that. And this is what we see. The reactive oxygen species, what it does is that it causes DNA damage, DNA fragmentation, mitochondrial DNA damage, the telomere, which are the end of the chromosome attrition, which is shortening of the chromosome, and many epigenetic abnormalities like acetylation, methylation, phosphorylation. It can control by that. So this is all about what happens in the cigarette smoker, but inflammation is sort of drives the oncogenesis in non-smoker as well. So this is the data which I have taken from this report, which was published in 2020. And it shows that in females who are non-smoker, the incidence of lung cancer is pretty high as compared to non-smokers. So just to see why it was happening is that because in females, autoimmune diseases and asthma are more present, and that is why you see the chronic inflammation is high in those cases, and this inflammation is fueled is pretty prominent in patients with asthma or sarcoidosis, as well as human papillomavirus infection. So this was one of the recent study which I came across, and this is very important in the context of what we are seeing as of today is that it was published recently in Development Cell, and it shows that the cigarette smoke exposure and inflammatory signaling increased the expression of SARS-CoV-2 receptor AC2 in respiratory tract. So what they found in this important study was that the person who are non-smokers, there's a low AC2 expression, which is a key component of the SARS-CoV entry, and they are the more secreted cells. But the person who are smokers, you have got high AC2 expression, the most secretory cells, and inflammatory signaling And obviously, when there's a lot of inflammation in these patients, because of this inflammation, it drives the high AC2 expression. And this AC2 expression, it gives us more secretory cells. So basically, what we are seeing is that the inflammation is the key in driving the expression of the AC2 receptor. And if you combine to this study, which is pretty important in context of like cities like Delhi, where we've got high pollution level each and every year, and it was found that that high PM 2.5 level, it drives the inflammation. There's a lot of inflammation which induces in the body, and this high inflammation, what it does is that it leads to high AC2 expression, and this AC2 expression makes these people more prone to like coronaviruses. So if we see the person who are living in Delhi and who are like smoking, like chain smoker, they are much more susceptible to these viruses as compared to others who are not smoking. So now is a good time to quit smoking, because if you see the health benefits of quitting smoking, it improves health and increases life expectancy. It lowers the risk of 12 types of cancer, including like mouth, voice box, esophagus, lung, AML, liver, stomach, pancreas, kidney, colon and rectum, bladder and cervix. It lowers the risk of cardiovascular diseases. It lowers risk of chronic COPD. It lowers risk of some poor reproductive health outcomes, and it benefits people who have already been diagnosed with coronary heart disease or COPD. And it benefits even the people who have quit smoking, and because the people who have quitted smoking have reported benefits after like a year or so. So that is why I will like to finish my talk on the note that stop smoking, it can save your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. That was an excellent talk, and it does take us deep down into the effects that are produced by the smoking, and the benefits you will sedated are many and way beyond what anybody can think, and especially for preventing the carcinogenesis in different parts of the body and cardiac as well as pulmonary complications. So with this, I have the pleasant duty of inviting Dr. Arjun Gupta, our third speaker, who is Assistant Professor, Division of Hematology, Oncology, Transplantation, University of Minnesota, Minneapolis. And Dr. Gupta is a student of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, very highly awarded, gold medalist. Welcome to the session, Doctor, and he will be speaking on tobacco smoking and risk of cancer. Over to you, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kataria. So, hi everyone. I actually moved from Delhi to the US for my postgrad studies and just started as a faculty. Very, very happy to be here and speaking to this audience, mostly based in New Delhi, where I grew up. So Dr. Abhishek Shankar, when he told me about this conference, I was obviously very excited. And then he gave me this topic, which I think is the most general topic. And I know it's a little bit of preaching to the choir here, tobacco smoking and risk of cancer. But I'll try to cover a few important points and mostly focus on the importance of stories and storytelling. So when I was thinking about what to speak about today, I decided to look at the conference agenda. And, these were sort of the things that this conference aimed to cover. And I really decided to focus on this to raise awareness portion. Dr. Mayank Singh before me has sort of spoken about this and other speakers as well about which cancers are increased with tobacco consumption. I'm sure every oncologist and most people who are on this call know about this very, very well. We also know that 30% of all cancers are related to tobacco consumption, and almost 50% of all cancer deaths are related to tobacco consumption. These are enormous numbers. These are extraordinary numbers. And yet, we've done very little to be able to make headway into this. And I think part of it has been our inability to connect with a wider audience, despite everyone's best efforts. So I'm going to ask the group a question. If anyone wants to answer, please take a go. Which is the deadliest animal in the world? This is a common trivia question, Jeopardy question that we ask. And, people in community medicine will immediately answer it's the female Anopheles mosquito, responsible for around 800,000 or 8 lakh deaths globally. These numbers are coming down, especially with good mosquito control. And so I'm going to ask another question. Which is the deadliest artifact in the world? In the history of human civilization. And I think a very, very logical answer for this is, and I see someone replied human being. I love that answer, which is what we're coming to in this next question. I think the most deadly artifact in the history of human civilization, which was created by human beings, is in fact cigarettes. And they're responsible for killing approximately 80 lakh people or 8 million people a year, both through direct and indirect impacts. So I wanted to bring up this term, agnotology. I think medicine, and especially tobacco, has suffered a lot from it. What is agnotology? It is the culturally deliberate induction of misinformation about it. And I think we in oncology are as much to blame as anyone in the lay press. And I'm going to bring up a figure from the NCI, the National Cancer Institute, and the American Cancer Society in a very recent publication where they looked at trends in cancer incidence and mortality over the last 40, 45 years. This was published last year. This graph was presented. And we can see very clearly that incidence across both genders has been declining. Mortality has been declining. And a lot of these improvements were attributed, especially in this sort of 2010 to 2017 period, to improvements in anti-neoplastic, anti-cancer therapy. And while I think there's some truth to that, I think even we in the cancer community have been very, very liberal, and too liberal to just celebrate the treatment aspects of cancer and not as much the prevention, because I think this is still reflecting a lot of what the successes we had 20, 30 years ago with tobacco control. And so I just wanted to touch on a couple of important ways which I often use to talk to patients and other people about the importance of tobacco cessation and how that can reduce the risk of smoking, the reduce of cancer incidence and other diseases. So I just wanted to bring up the connection between cigarette smoking and the speed of satellites. What does cigarette smoking have to do with the speed of satellites? Anyone wants to take a guess? All right, so I'm going to say that it's 10 kilometers per second. And if you were to imagine that there's 6 trillion cigarettes consumed per year in the world, each cigarette is approximately 5 to 6 centimeters long, that's the smokable part. If we were to divide that by 1 year worth of time, that's how much smoking we're doing. And that's how much area a satellite covers in a second. So that's the rate of harm that we're causing in our communities. And what is the human life worth to a cigarette manufacturer? Cigarette manufacturers make approximately ₹1, ₹2 profit per cigarette that they sell. It takes approximately 1 to 1.5 million cigarettes to kill a person. So based on that logic, it takes just around 8 to 10,000 US dollars, which is approximately 6 to 7 lakh rupees, to kill a human. And that's what a person's life is worth to these manufacturers. And so I just, this presentation is very short. I wanted to bring some historical historical context to this talk. In the 1920s, this is just after World War I, German researchers had sort of caught on to the idea that cigarette smoking had an intrinsic connection with lung cancer incidence. Dr. Muller had published this article in 1939 based on data collected in the 1920s and 30s. But World War II sort of stalled these efforts. But soon after, the landmark papers in the BMJ and JAMA sort of confirmed the relationship through these two large, one case control and one large study. And now we're sitting here in the 2020s talking about what next and how things will change. And I'm hopeful that in 15 years, when we talk again, we'll say that this conference paved the path to success going forward. So that's the end of my very, very short talk, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. That was really a very short and thought-provoking lecture. You asked very relevant questions because we need to go out of the medical domain to look at the human life birth and the finance and the economics that are interlinked to the production of tobacco and the diseases that are caused due to tobacco. So everyone's mentioned about a lot of direct correlation to the tobacco and cancer. I just have an indirect question to you because I still don't have any questions coming in from the audience to me. I have a question for you regarding the breast cancer in women and associated smoking, and the risk of recurrence. Excuse me, may I ask everyone to mute their, systems, please?
Thanks for your question, Dr. Kataria. So I don't think there's any firm data saying that women who smoke have a higher definite rate of recurrence, but I think just because of other health-related benefits of smoking cessation and avoiding smoking, it is a big part of survivorship here, sort of included with diet, physical activity, care for lymphedema, so many other factors that we address in survivorship follow-up. So yes, absolutely 100%. I'm not sure I can causally say that it'll for sure reduce recurrence, but I think there are so many other health benefits that it's 100% part of every single conversation we have.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the right approach to it because there's no direct or indirect correlation. So, and thank you for your time. It's nice to see you in person. After I read your curriculum vitae, I was really awed. Hats off to you for the work that you're doing. There's a question here, which what are the most effective pharmacological instruments for smoke cessation? I think we'll take this question before I hand over the mic to the organizers. Just one last question. So do we have any pharmacological tools for aiding the smoking cessation? Any one of the speakers can take the question, please. So this was a question from the audience. Yes, there are pharmacological tools which are available. So the person will have to go on oral nicotine, which is available as patches or as oral, use, and it has to be done under guidance of the pulmonologist, and a proper de-addiction program has to be mounted. So with this, I'd like to thank the organizers and.
One question asked from one hand is raised by Dr. Saheli. Dr. Saheli? No. No, madam, thank you. In the end, we thanks Dr. Abhishek and Dr. Richa to nicely conducted the topic different from our field. Thank you for organizers with my co-chairman, Dr. Tajendra Kataria. Thank you very much. Dr. Richa, now. Dr. Richa, now you can take mute your.
Yes. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank the chairpersons and all the speakers of this session who had made this session so much informative. Thank you all. And now I want to invite Dr. Nalin Goyal and Dr. Priyanka Agarwal, who are the coordinators of the next session. And I hand over to them and request them to proceed with the next session. Thank you all.
Dr. Nalin, your voice is not coming.
Audible now?
Yeah, audible.
Okay, sir. Good. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the organizing team, we welcome you to the third session of the International Conference on Tobacco Control and Smoking Cessation. This session will focus on the economic aspects of the problem of tobacco addiction and various approaches used for the tobacco cessation, including the behavior and psychological interventions. The chairpersons of this session are Dr. Pitanjali Singh and Dr. Piyush Ranjan. Dr. Pitanjali Singh is currently working as an additional professor and head in the Department of Radiotherapy, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Patna, Bihar. And she has over 15 years of experience in the field of radiation oncology. Ma'am has an active interest in cancer research and is an investigator in 8 clinical trials. She also has many international and national publications. Dr. Pitanjali has received a George Mahoney Award for contribution in the field of gynae-oncology from RCOG and Dr. Arpita Roy Award for doctors working in the rural areas. Dr. Piyush Ranjan is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Surgical Disciplines, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. Sir has an active interest in cancer research and is also an investigator in many clinical trials. He has many international and national publications. I now invite the chairpersons to kindly introduce the speakers and to start the session.
Thank you.
Very good evening. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening all. Dr. Pitanjali, can you please introduce the speakers?
Thank you so much, Dr. Piyush. So taking it over, we are going into the third session of the day. And to start the session, we have a very, very learned person, Mr. Rijo M. John, Adjunct Professor, Rajgiri, Institute of Social Sciences, Kochi, Kerala, India. And he will be telling us about the economic burden of tobacco use, a case study from India. As we all know that tobacco actually has a lot of stress and strain and causes a lot of death, disability, as well as disease. So over to our learned speaker, Dr. Rijo M. John, to carry it over.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this important conference. Can I share my screen? And I think that's
yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Great. All right. All right. So as we already mentioned, I believe I have only 20 minutes, so I have to probably rush through a little bit. But when I'm talking about the economic burden of tobacco use as a case study from India, which actually we did a study on this very recently, and I would be presenting some of the results from this study for your benefit. The first question is, why estimate the economic cost? And there are many reasons why an economic cost for this tobacco use needs to be estimated. One important thing being that everybody knows that tobacco use imposes enormous burden on the society, both in terms of the diseases it causes, as well as the premature deaths that entails due to all these diseases. And of course, because of these two, it immensely affects the productivity of people and also, majorly affect the family members in society who, because of the death of the person who is actually getting these diseases. And it's also important to see that the healthcare system in a country will be stressed due to these excess diseases and deaths that are attributable to smoking. And especially in countries like India, where the public healthcare is largely subsidized, it's really not a good situation where, or it's not a desirable situation where people who do not use tobacco would like to subsidize those who actually use tobacco for, treating those tobacco related diseases. So ideally, we don't want a situation like that. And of course, the corollary is that people say, smokers also pay in terms of increased taxes. There's high taxes on tobacco products and they pay for it. But that's really not the case. And we will see how, taxes that tobacco contribute compares with the economic cost that it generates. And we will see that it is not even comparable. It's so vastly different, and the economic costs are many times more than the tax contribution from tobacco products. And that's the point of today's presentation here. And the burden of tobacco use in India, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with these statistics already. I'm just glancing through, and we have about 28.6% of the adults in India who use tobacco in some form or the other, and about 100 million of those are smokers and 199 million smokeless tobacco users. And there are about 32 million who use both these products. And there is also a significant proportion of the population who are exposed to secondhand smoking, either at homes or their workplaces. These are all statistics from the Global Adult Tobacco Survey in 2017-18. And it's also known that the non-communicable diseases accounted for 63% of all deaths in India in the year 2018. And that's up from 37.9% in the year 1990. There was a huge increase in the proportion of non-communicable diseases in India. And many of these, a large number of these non-communicable diseases are accounted for by tobacco use, as all of us know already. And there are also estimates about the number of deaths that are attributable to tobacco, which is currently estimated to be approximately 1.3 million in a year. And that amounts to about 3,500 deaths almost every single day attributable to tobacco consumption. And there are many methods out there to estimate economic burden of tobacco, and cost of illness approach is one very popular method that is used widely in the literature. And according to this method, the impact of illness on each individual are aggregated to derive a societal impact, giving a macroeconomic perspective of the illness. So basically, the economic consequence of illnesses under this method are divided into what is called a direct cost and an indirect cost. The direct cost obviously means, the expenses incurred because of the illness, basically the cost incurred in treating each diseases that are, attributable to tobacco use. And then, of course, there are indirect costs, which are essentially the value of the lost production because of the reduced working time. And the reduced working time can either be in the form of, you're hospitalized because of which you're not able to work, or you have a disease and because of which your productivity diminishes and you're not able, you were absent from work many times, or because of the premature death. Because of that, you die much prematurely, and because of which you lose production time. So all this actually contributes to what is called an indirect cost. And these costs can either be represented as a cross-sectional estimate, which is like an annual cost estimate, or it can also be presented as a longitudinal or a lifetime cost. But for the purpose of this particular study that we undertook, we have estimated a cross-sectional or an annual cost. And I'm going to delve a little bit into the way these costs were estimated. And of course, there are also other methods out there to estimate this economic cost, like macroeconomic approaches, which I'm not really going into right now. So let me come to the estimate from India. What is done in this research paper is to find or estimate the annual economic burden of diseases and deaths attributable to tobacco use in India and across 19 major Indian states for the year 2017 and 18. And this is only done for people 35 years or above, because we believe that even though people start smoking early, many of the tobacco-related diseases start manifesting at a much later age. So we don't want to be, overestimating the cost. We want to be more conservative, and so we kept the cost estimates only for people above 35 years old. And these estimates, the study actually estimates the direct and indirect cost from all diseases and deaths combined due to tobacco use, as well as separately for individual diseases. So we have cost estimates separately for 4 different non-tobacco related diseases, which are cardiovascular diseases, cancers, respiratory diseases, and tuberculosis. But we also have a cost estimate for all diseases combined using something called an all-cost approach. So the costs are estimated here separately for smoked tobacco and smokeless tobacco separately for both males and females, all disaggregated. So it makes comparisons easier. The methodology here, basically, I already talked about the cost of illness approach that is adopted in this study. And the components of the cost that are estimated has both direct and indirect cost components, as I discussed. Under the direct cost, the study actually looks at the cost of medicine, surgeon fees, ambulance, diagnostic tests, bed charges, attendant charges, medical appliances, and ambulatory services, all for treating various diseases. And the indirect costs are again expenses by the escorts and family members who accompany the patient to the hospital, or the lost income for the family while this hospitalization event happens. And then, of course, mortality costs, which are basically the cost of premature mortality. One of the key component in the estimation of cost like this is something called a smoking attributable fraction. So why we do this is because, when an average person goes and spend, let's say, 1,000 rupees on treating cancers, you can't say that the entire 100 rupee is because of his tobacco consumption, because the entire 100 rupee cost that is incurred for treating cancers cannot be attributed to tobacco, right? Only a fraction of it can be attributed. How do we estimate that fraction? And that fraction is called a smoking attributable fraction. There is a standard epidemiological formula that is used to estimate this fraction. And this fraction is essentially estimated using the proportion of tobacco users in the population, the relative risk of getting a certain diseases, all categorized by the disease and gender and age group and whatnot. So this SAF is calculated based on the existing data out there. And the primary database that is used to compute all these expenditures incurred for different treatment of different diseases were taken from a national sample survey, which was it's a representative nationwide sample survey done by the government of India. This survey was done in 2017-18, which collected data from 64,552 rural households and 49,271 urban households. It's quite widely representative, and it's a very well used survey for many type of research. This survey actually collected data on utilization and expenditures of private and public healthcare services, both inpatient hospitalization during the last 365 days prior to the date of interview, as well as outpatient visits during the 15 days prior to the interview. And these are the relative risks that were used to compute this smoking attributable fraction that I discussed earlier, because this came from a different epidemiological study by Professor Gupta and team. So I'm just showing this, putting it out here so that you know what are the relative risks for each of these different diseases by age and gender that was used for different type of tobacco use in this study. So you have relative risks separately for smoked and smokeless tobacco and for different disease categories. And this, the previous formula that I showed, estimating smoking attributable fraction, this is basically the estimate. How to read this is actually pretty simple. If you just focus on the last row here, all costs, it means that, for a person who spends, a smoker who spends, let's say 1,000 rupees for treating any kind of diseases, we assume that only 18.2% of that is attributable to tobacco use. This is for the person 35 to 69 age group. For cancers, for example, you can see almost 33% of the total cost incurred on treating cancers is attributable to tobacco use for this particular age group. And of course, this number, as I already mentioned, is derived based on the smoking prevalence in the population, based on the relative risk of getting cancers for this particular age group, etc. So this is the key component of this cost estimate that goes into, and once you estimate this smoking attributable fraction, all you need is to basically then, tabulate all these direct and indirect costs using data from multiple sources. Of course, the direct cost or the expenditure spent on different diseases were taken from this national sample survey. But other indirect cost components, of course, also involved a lot more calculation using data from multiple sources, including, employment and unemployment surveys and, GDP of the country and productivity of the country. There's a lot of other things that goes into it, into this calculation. I actually, half an hour or 1 hour wouldn't be enough for me to really go deeper into how these costs were derived. But anyway, this is the final estimates that we have. According to this, you can see that the grand total about 1.8 lakh crores is the total economic cost that was attributable to tobacco use for all this age group and for males and females all combined. The grand total was 1.8 lakh crores for the year 2017-18. And there is distinction between how the relative share out of this for direct cost and indirect cost. You can see that 22% of this is actually direct cost and 78% is indirect cost. We also have presented the cost per capita, and accordingly, we can see that 3,772 is the cost per capita for economic burden for only adults. And remember, this study estimates were presented for 35 plus. So this per capita is actually for the 35 plus population. So this is the average that persons spend on, or the economic burden per capita in the country for the adult population. And then here I'm actually looking at how these costs have changed over time. We had done a similar estimate in 2011 using by and large similar database but older database. And at that time we had estimated this cost, and you can see that there is a significant increase in the cost. In fact, once you adjust for the even if you calculate this cost in real terms, we see that there's a 20% increase in this cost over this 7 or 6 year period. And here is the annual disease specific tobacco attributable burden for different diseases. So these are only the direct cost, not indirect mortality cost is not part of this table. So we have presented here the cost separately for different diseases as well as for all diseases combined for smoked and smokeless tobacco. You can see that CVD is a major contributor to the direct cost of tobacco use, whether it is smoking or smokeless. CVD is the biggest contributor, cardiovascular diseases, and followed by cancers and tuberculosis and respiratory diseases. But of course, there are a lot of other diseases which are not part of this calculation, which are all captured in an all-cause mortality estimation. So that constitutes the 100% of the estimate. And we have also estimated the state-wise cost for some 19 major states in the country for this particular study, which are presented here. Now, let me put these cost estimates in some perspective so that it makes a better sense in comparing. So on the one hand, we can see on the top row here that the 1.8 lakh crore is the total economic burden of tobacco attributable diseases and deaths. And I have also presented certain other variables out there for comparison. For example, the total excise tax from tobacco for the year 2016-17 was only 21,720 crore. You compare that with the 1.7 or 1.8 lakh crore. I mean, even if I were to take only the direct medical cost, I mean, you ignore the indirect cost in terms of mortality cost, morbidity cost, and you only consider the indirect direct medical cost, that itself is much higher than the total excise tax collected from tobacco in the year 2016-17. And remember, this was pre-GST, and excise tax was the major component of tax revenue for the government of India at that time. Total private and public health expenditure, private and public expenditure on health total is only 6,98,428 crores. Okay. And the GDP in that year is this much. So we can see that the cost, as we estimated as percentage of the GDP, is little more than 1%. That's a very significant amount. And the excise revenue from tobacco as percentage of tobacco attributable cost is only 12%. So which means, for every 100 rupee that is collected from tobacco as taxes, many times more, almost 5 times more is spent on is incurred in terms of economic cost attributable to tobacco use. And the tobacco attributable direct medical cost as percentage of total healthcare expenditures is about 5.3%. So when you compare the estimated economic cost with these variables, it really shows how significant these costs are, and it really points to the importance of controlling tobacco in the general population and thereby reduce these costs in the society. This just concludes, and for your benefit, this paper has actually been published already in the journal Nicotine and Tobacco Research. I have provided the link here. If anybody is interested, please refer. And I'll stop here. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm open to any question if you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor John, for an excellent presentation and for putting the facts into perspective, as many still actually argue the economical benefits attributable to tobacco use. But you have clearly shown that the sheer magnitude of the problem actually outweighs the benefits, and that too in a huge way. Thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you,
so we can have questions in the chat box at the end of the session. Thank you. And now may I have the opportunity to invite a very learned speaker, Emily Stone from University of Sydney. She's a very eminent speaker, and she'll talk about how to approach a patient for tobacco cessation. Indeed, a very, very important topic. Emily, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue and enlighten us with your
Thank you very much. And I believe Dr. Shankar is managing my slides. Thank you very much. And I presume you can see me. So hello to everybody.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. It's such a fascinating program, and it's a really great privilege to me to join this program in a country a long way from my own, and in these times even further away than it used to be. And thank you very much to ISCO for this opportunity to speak on such an important topic. How to approach a patient for tobacco cessation, and it's both simpler and trickier than it sounds. Next slide shows my disclosures, which are not related to this presentation. And the next slide I'd like to discuss is the outline of my talk. There are very distinct benefits from smoking cessation, and I don't need to tell this audience what they are, but I do want to go over a couple of points because I find these helpful when I'm actually sitting with a patient, trying to think about how to talk effectively about tobacco cessation. The impact of tobacco control in the setting in which you work, I think, makes a big difference, because some settings have strong tobacco control, some don't. And I think this can have an impact on how your patient thinks about stopping smoking, how you as a practitioner think about it, and how effective your intervention may be. I'll go over some updates more or less briefly on various type of effective or emerging medications and devices, and refer briefly to a recent guideline, and then talk about some of the strategies that I use in the clinic. Thank you. Next slide. This is a really interesting paper that I have become aware of recently and read fairly thoroughly by a very eminent writer that I'm sure you'll all recognize his name. This is a summary of the evidence and epidemiology around smoking and smoking-related outcomes in high-income countries. And the author chose this setting, the high-income countries, because this was where he felt that the tobacco epidemic was relatively mature, which I think means overall the smoking peaks have been passed, at least certainly in men, and we're able to now sort of look at the aftermath and watch what's developing as smoking rates decline. And this isn't quite the case in lower and middle income countries around the world, and certainly not the case for female populations in those countries. But what you can see is that following the 60s in here, the US, the UK and Canada, that the peak of smoking was reached around then, just after the midpoint of last century. and have been in steady decline ever since, although the impact and the outcomes have not started to fully decline across the board just yet. Next slide. This is one of my favorite graphics, which is the same shape. It's the US smoking rates between 1900 and 2012. And you can see that the peak was just here in the mid 1960s. And of course, we all know that that's when the 1964 Surgeon General's report on smoking and health was published, which was probably one of the first big major governmental documents that firmly recognized the link between smoking and adverse health. And on the downhill run, heading towards the 21st century, in came many of the measures that we're quite familiar with today that help with tobacco control. So the sense of non-smokers' rights, the introduction of federal tax, and increase in those taxes, more Surgeon General's reports in the States, the availability of nicotine medications, and much later, and not detailed on this graph, the introduction of plain packaging. Next slide. Which has certainly had a detectable impact in my country. This is back to the paper in eLife, which shows lung cancer mortality. Again, no surprises here, but it's a beautiful depiction of the delay between the blue line, which is per capita cigarette consumption, and the lung cancer death rates. And this concurs with that sense of where we are with the tobacco epidemic in high-income countries, in that the male lung cancer death rate peak has been reached, it seems, and now those rates are declining, although have not disappeared. And the female lung cancer death rates are probably still increasing, maybe, although you can get a sense of a slight decline there. And both of those peaks follow the per capita cigarette consumption peak by a couple of decades at the very least. It's quite hard for individual patients to detect that themselves. Next slide, thank you. The next slide, I think, depicts a model of the tobacco epidemic. And this is an elderly paper from the mid-1990s by Alan Lopez. And it's something that I find helpful to think about, because I remember when I first started working in tobacco cessation, it all seemed too simple and too big, and mapping it out this way helps me understand it. So stages 1, 2, 3, and 4, not cancer stages, but epidemic stages. And if you just follow the thinner blue line, that's the male smoking rate, and that has peaked between stages 2 and 3 and tails off. And that seems to be clearly where we are in countries like Australia and the UK and the United States. The female smoking rates, which is this tiny dotted line, a lower peak and a longer lag. The curve is flatter and longer. And then the male smoking, deaths from smoking, not just lung cancer, but overall deaths, is the dark line. And here the female is increasing. And so that proposed 1994 model, I think, was really shaped around male smoking rates and male death rates. And if we go to the next slide, that model has been updated. This author group includes Alan Lopez, and it's published a lot more recently. It's based on more recent adult smoking prevalence data. The top panel is men and the bottom panel is women. And it really shows you almost the same thing, but it's easier to probably apply to non-high income settings, particularly if we think a bit more critically about the female smoking rates. In many lower and middle income countries, the female smoking rates remain very low. We hope and pray that stays the same, but we're not sure that will. And what happens there will really determine how things translate into outcomes. So next slide, thank you. Back to the eLife paper. So this is a disease incidence paper. And I like this because it not only shows us lung cancer data, but COPD data, again, taken from large American registry data sources. But I think it's representative for many of the high-income countries, or for any country at this particular stage of the smoking model. If you look at the top left panel, just to orientation, on the y-axis, it's number of deaths per 1,000. So this is lung cancer, and this is in women in the left column, men on the right. The three lines are different time periods. So the 50s to 60s is the dark line, the dotted is the 1980s, and the grey is the early 2000s. And it's from ages 50-ish to 80-ish. And what you can see if you just look at panel A, top left, is that there wasn't much lung cancer in women in the 50s to 60s. Unsurprisingly, that kicked up in the 80s and is still going up in the 2000s. Men, on the other hand, it was high in the 50s and 60s, not as high as now, and and you can see a downturn as we get to the older age group, COPD, a similar distribution with slightly different shaped curves. So I think that tells us both what's happening similarly and differently in men and women, and similarly and differently across the decades. And you only have to watch some old movies to explain some of these curves here. So next slide, thank you. So there's not an enormous amount of ELMIC data that sort of talks about the outcomes and helps us translate to this model, but this was a very interesting paper, and I'm sure some of you know it better than I do. But essentially this was smoking data drawn from global adult tobacco survey data, several sequential surveys with at least 5 years between them, and it looked at differences over time in smoking rates, general cigarette smoking rates, and then hardcore smoking rates, either out of all the smokers, top 3 panels, or all the population of the respondents. And the long story short is that many countries' smoking rates fell between these surveys, and India is one of those countries where smoking rates went down, and it's a tiny dot, but I'm sort of pointing at it so you can believe me. And I think really if you just focus on the fact that the curve kicks up to the right, down to the left, so that, and this relates hardcore smokers with overall smokers or overall population. One of the worries was that even if you got general cigarette smoking rates down in this setting, that you wouldn't get the hardcore smoking rates down. That does not seem to be the case. They both seem to go down. And it's not shown on this graphic, but this study also calculated an mPower score. We can chat about mPower in a second, and showed that there was some correlation between mPower score, that is better implementation of the mPower measures, the WHO tobacco control measures, and a reduction in hardcore smoking. So there is some sort of shape of the model and impact of global tobacco control strategies visible in this data. Next slide, thank you. Another favorite graphic, and this is where we're moving to look at how smoking cessation benefits your patient with lung cancer. This is a relatively small cohort with a really impressive results. This was a study from Graham Warren's group, which looked at several years ago people with a new diagnosis of lung cancer across all stages. They all had opt-out telephone counselling, and 81% were contacted, and 250 of the 388 went on to do further counselling. They had a reasonably and impressively high quit rate, even by the first telephone call, 28% quit, and by the next telephone call, 40% quit. And what they found that over time, that there was a big survival difference across all lung cancer stages between those who quit, which is the dotted line, and those who didn't quit. Now that's a 10-month median survival line, and you can see the 50% median survival gap, which is impressive there. And I always like to think if this was a drug, that drug would be earning millions right now. So you can make an enormous difference to your patients with lung cancer if you help them quit. Next slide, thank you. Lung cancer screening is a really hot topic at the moment, and we're sort of heading towards it in Australia. We're not there yet, but we're working hard. It's there in the United States. I confess I don't know much about lung cancer screening in India, and I do apologise for that. But what this shows is smoking quit rate, smoking, and lung cancer mortality data from the NLST, and this is an analysis of the 26,000 people in the NLST who had quit smoking at the time of enrolment. And you'll remember that the selection criteria for that study allowed people in who'd quit smoking 15 years or less before study entry. And what this showed of those people who had stopped smoking is that it really helped their outcomes, no matter whether they went into the chest X-ray group, which is the grey line, or the CT group, which is the black line. In the chest X-ray group, if you'd quit 7 years before the study and you had a chest X-ray, you had a 20% reduction in lung cancer mortality. That matches the overall study benefit. If you had quit for 7 years and you got a CT, you had an extra 10%, 30% reduction. And if you had quit for the maximum time allowed, 15 years, and you had a CT, your reduction in lung cancer mortality was massive. It was 60%. The only time we've seen that for screening is in possibly the female data from the Nelson, which has not been formally published. But there seems to be a very strong message there, is that you enhance and augment the benefit of lung cancer screening with a CT if you get people to stop smoking. And that is integral in that particular high-risk group. Next slide, thank you. So the mPower measures, many of you will know these off by heart better than me, but these are the big WHO Framework Convention of Tobacco tobacco control strategies that governments should implement to maximise tobacco control. And these are monitoring of tobacco use. So you're sure of your statistics, you know how many people smoke, you know your youth uptake, and you know your cessation rates. People need protection from smoke, and so we need effective smoking bans across all areas. And you can go to places like Tobacco Atlas and globaltobaccocontrol.org and have a look at how well smoking bans are enforced around the world, and you may be pleasantly or unpleasantly surprised about your own setting. Offers of help to quit, which at government level translate into proper quitline programs, provision of medications for smoking cessation and tobacco cessation programs, warnings about the dangers, enforcing all sorts of bans, including advertising, and the raising of taxes, which we have heard about with recent speaker, and is a really important economic measure, which is highly effective in bumping up price and certainly has a huge impact on tobacco and cigarette smoking uptake. Next slide, thank you. So the ATS, American Thoracic Society, has produced some guidelines which I find quite user-friendly and easy to read, but there's many guidelines that come around the world from various sources and which are well written and very helpful. I found these key points for practice very helpful, which is that varenicline is more effective than nicotine patches and bupropion, with similar or fewer adverse effects, and as we'll see shortly from the EAGLE study, with no significant worsening of outcomes in people with neuropsychiatric disorders. That combining varenicline with nicotine patches appears to be more effective, and I've started trying to do that in the clinic and encouraging patients to add patches to varenicline or the other way around. That it's even worth trying to start people on varenicline even if they don't really think they're ready to quit. And I'm quite prepared to write scripts again and again and again so people can sit and look at the script and think about it, and that longer treatments may work. And certainly in my country, where we're lucky enough to have government funding for varenicline courses, it is only for 12 weeks at a time. But that is thought to be not quite long enough, and it's certainly worth considering a longer course. Next slide, thank you. So this is the paper for the American Thoracic, and this is a summary really of those recommendations. That varenicline is the one. Feel free and please put it together with patch. I think if your patients are even talking to you about it, if they don't feel ready, they might actually be more ready than they are. Varenicline does fine against NRT with psychiatric comorbidities, and extended therapy is highly recommended. If we look at the next slide, then I think this might be the EAGLE study. Now, this was a really lovely study, and I often sketch out a version of this graph when I'm talking to my patients about medications. And I don't know about India, but certainly in my setting, I am amazed at how little my smoking patients know about treatments for smoking cessation. They might have heard of a nicotine patch, but they're really very unaware. And so we have a lovely time looking at the internet, looking at all sorts of options, and I send them off to chemists. We're lucky to have chemists that have lots of stuff in them. They have a big wall of nicotine replacement therapy, and we talk about the prescription medications as well. Well, what this study did was across 140 centres, 16 countries and 5 continents, randomised an enormous number of people, quite a few thousand per group, to varenicline or bupropion, and they were controlled against 2 control groups, the green, which is nicotine replacement, and the purple, which is placebo. The primary endpoint was neuropsychiatric comorbidity, and it wasn't worryingly different between the groups, and the FDA was able to remove the black box warning after this. And the secondary endpoint was abstinence in weeks 9 to 12, which was the treatment period, and weeks 9 to 24, which included the follow-up period, and that was continuous abstinence. And what this study showed was that varenicline outperformed bupropion and nicotine replacement, and they in turn outperformed placebo. And I do remember once talking to a patient of mine who had tried bupropion, and she came back and said to me, that was about the same as the patch. And I thought, good on you. She really detected in herself the outcome of the EAGLE study. But I find this quite helpful. It's easy to sketch out these graphs to patients, and it's very helpful for them to get that sort of depth of understanding that there's been a lot of science behind what you're advising them to do. Next slide, thank you. So cytosine is another medication which certainly appears in the literature and is well used in many parts of the world. I confess not in Australia. It's not on our radar. We don't have, as far as I know, ready access to it, and I've never written a script for it in my life. But this was an interesting study several years ago, which randomized well over 500 or 600 people to cytosine or to NRT and showed many things. But I like this curve because what this shows is that by 6 months, the relapse rate was lower in the cytosine group versus NRT. So I certainly would like to see that come into my repertoire. And in the spirit of self-teaching, which I'll mention in a second, maybe I need to look harder into that. I think it's very inexpensive, and it's certainly used in many parts of Europe. And I think that's something we all would do well to pay attention to. Next slide. And of course, we can't do any of this without talking about e-cigarettes. This is my one and only slide on e-cigarettes because this talk is not big enough for this topic, and this could go on all day. This is the first positive randomized control trial of e-cigarettes versus nicotine, and I'm sure you all know this study very well. But essentially, 800 plus smokers in the UK were randomized to either e-cigarettes or nicotine replacement. These were earlier generation e-cigarettes, so not the fancy dual device or some of the stuff we're seeing now around. But the patients were provided with devices and e-liquid, and then they were free to go to their local vape shops and top up. And the nicotine replacement group were also able to supplement their supply locally. And ultimately, at 52 weeks, their primary outcome showed a benefit from e-cigarettes with an 18% abstinence rate from cigarette smoking at 12 months versus 9.9% in the nicotine replacement group. And naturally, this promoted, led to a flurry of considerations in the literature and in the communities. What I can say is that e-cigarettes are regulated and embraced very differently around the world. I come from an e-cigarette resistant setting where by and large the medical community is hesitant, and I'm very happy to admit I'm one of those, to embrace e-cigarettes, and the addiction community is more positive about e-cigarettes. They are unlawful / illegal with a few nuances and twists in Australia, although our TGA is having a think about how to approve something along the lines of an e-cigarette. And there's some concerns in our community about really very poor detail and lack of detail on some of the components that would go into an e-cigarette and potential long-term respiratory toxicities from them. Be that as it may, there are many countries which embrace them vigorously, most notably the UK and New Zealand, where they're very much part of the repertoire. And the social experience with e-cigarettes in those countries differs again from the United States, where, as you know, the youth uptake for devices such as the Juul and other flavoured e-cigarette devices has been alarming, and there's a really confusing and tangled regulatory approach in those sorts of settings for the United States, where they're very much marketed as consumer products, not as either therapeutic or tobacco products. So we're all struggling with that, and you can look for graphics which show you maps of how e-cigarettes are regulated around the world, and it's very different from tobacco. We don't have anything as unifying as the WHO and the FCTC. Moving on to the next slide. So Global Tobacco Control is a really informative website, and tobacco and COVID-19 is a very important topic, which I'm not going to get into now. Again, it's much too big a topic. Suffice to say that we've seen a lot of data and papers come out about tobacco cessation and consumption during the pandemic, and it's been variable. Some people have smoked more, some papers show that people have smoked less. You'll all know the South African experiment with tobacco prohibition, which ran into a lot of trouble because the cutoff in supply was not met with support from government to help people quit. This is a tobacco and COVID-19 course, which I haven't opened yet, but I spotted it recently, and I think I might do this because it looks really, really interesting and very topical for our time. And I think probably the effects of what we've all been going through might have to be factored into how we deal with our patients as we go a little further into the pandemic. Next slide. So in the clinic, I keep it simple, but what I've learned over the last years is that there's enormous complexity behind that simplicity. The 5 A's is part of the guidelines: ask, advise, assess, assist, and arrange follow-up. And I don't remember those at all when I'm talking to patients. I can't write a tongue twister, and it's too many A's. But I think we all naturally do that with our patients. Somebody clever said to me a long time ago, nobody gets out of my clinic without a chat and a script, and I try and adhere to that. And in oncology clinics, and we've all seen those surveys of oncologists that show that there's some hesitancy to get caught up in tobacco cessation. But if you actually do open that conversation, most patients I find are really open to it. Feel free to teach yourself. I am completely self-taught in smoking cessation. My colleague Matt Stelliger, who is speaking shortly, is formally tobacco trained, and as a surgeon I salute him for that, but I've never got around to that. But working with people like Matt and others on the committee, some of who are on the panel here tonight, I'm privileged to be taught by my colleagues, and feel free to continue to teach yourself. So I think I've almost finished my talk. Next slide, thank you. So the take-home messages from me are that the benefits of smoking cessation are everywhere, certainly even after a cancer diagnosis, for lung cancer screening, for non-cancer respiratory disorders, for other cancers, and for long-term outcomes of many sorts. That I think the tobacco control environment in which you practice is highly influential on your patients and on yourself, even if you don't know it. And that's why it's good to become conversant with your own environment in the context of everything I've told you. The model. Are you high or low income? Where do you sit in terms of the FCTC and the Empower measures? And what are the statistics for your setting? Multiple therapies are available. E-cigarettes are emerging. They're controversial. They've got many problems. I'd love to embrace them if they work, and I think they're safe, and if the money doesn't go to companies who sell cigarettes. And always, always, always offer help to your patients. I'm sure most of you do that. And in the end, once you practice, it doesn't take all that long. That's where I'll finish. And again, I want to say thank you very much for the privilege of participating in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for a very, very elaborate and comprehensive talk on how to make your patients walk through tobacco cessation. We were intrigued and very, very educated through the session. We have a couple of questions, but I think the organizers are asking us to take the questions at the end. So I would request the speakers to stay with us till then. I would like to have the privilege of inviting Professor Pratima Murthy from the Department of Psychiatry and Director NIMHANS, Bangalore, to give her talk on the psychological behavior interventions and counseling for tobacco cessation. Over to you, Professor Dr. Pratima Murthy.
Thank you very much. I'll just get my slides on. I hope you can see my slides. Yeah. Good afternoon. Good evening, actually. And I'm sure it's different times in different places. So I'll just start off by saying that I'm going to be telling you a little bit about counseling for tobacco cessation, both from the psychological and the behavioral aspects. I'm going to keep it as practical as possible because I think that's really the only way, I'm going to really avoid too many statistics and try to tell you what my experiences in terms of tobacco cessation has been in the last few years. I can't emphasize enough the qualities of a good physician in terms of communication and empathy, because that has a very, very important role in terms of how effectively you can counsel patients for any kind of behavioral change, particularly in tobacco cessation. So just having the scientific knowledge and the functions of the intellect, perhaps you also need to have compassion and empathy in communicating with patients. And that's very, very important when you want them to change any particular behavior. And therefore, learning about listening skills, responding skills are very essential in order to bring about behavioral change. And being empathetic is really the key to evoking the desire to change, where patients understand that you are with them, you give them hope, you try and understand their thoughts and feelings, and you're going to be willing to work together with them to bring about change. Emily just mentioned the Empower approach, and I'm sure many others have talked about it. And it's important to understand that 2 of the 6 policies for effective tobacco control lie with the healthcare sector in terms of offering help to quit tobacco use, as well as warning about the risks of tobacco use. I'm just going to focus on the truisms or the evidence that has accumulated in the last couple of decades and how you can use these in a practical approach to providing counseling to patients. So one of the things we know in the A's is to ask all patients about tobacco use and document tobacco use status on a regular basis. In fact, I think it's as important as any of the other vital signs and part of a habit or life skill issue to be able to document some of these things in patients' case files so that you'll be reminded every time a patient comes back to inquire about the tobacco use status at every visit. The second thing is that it's very important to strongly advise tobacco users to quit, and there's now enough evidence about the benefits of quitting, and that's something that we need to make sure we pass on to patients. And every clinician, irrespective of where the patient has been seen, especially if patients moves from one clinician to another or from one health professional to another, the more complementary these messages are, the more likely it is to make people want to quit. And we know that even a 3-minute intervention works, and therefore there's a lot of benefit even for busy clinicians to actually give these messages to patients. We also know that more intensive interventions produce better outcomes. And generally, it's recommended that at least 4 or more sessions can improve abstention rates. Retention and treatment, and that's something that we found, that if you keep patients in the treatment loop, even if they're not immediately ready to give up tobacco, if they're retained in treatment for about 3 or 6 months, they will eventually work at quitting tobacco. And of course, Emily spoke about pharmacotherapy, and we know that combination treatments work better than either counseling or medication. But in our country, we do know that pharmacotherapy is not readily available, particularly in underserved areas. And therefore, we've realized that it's very, very important to at least initiate counseling and get people to quit tobacco, particularly those in the less severe ranges where counseling might be very effective. The 5 A's have already been alluded to, but I'll just quickly run through them because I think we need to understand that we can make it fairly simple. Asking everybody about tobacco use, lifetime use, and current use is something that's very easy to do and to document, and we must make it a practice to document it regularly. Clear-cut advice, which is strong and personalized, given the background and the context in which the patient has come to see a physician, is also very important. And urging them to quit is also very important. Assessing the readiness to quit, I'll talk about it a little bit later. And of course, as physicians, we have a responsibility to help the patient to quit. Maybe a couple of decades ago, we would say this, but we did not know how to support the patient to quit. And now we are much better equipped to be able to assist the patients. And even for patients who are not unwilling to quit, it's important to provide interventions which might help to increase future quit attempts, which includes a offer of help should the person be willing to consider quitting. And arranging for follow-up is very, very critical. Tobacco dependence, like any other addiction, is a chronic relapsing condition, and not just any addiction. Diabetes is a chronic and relapsing condition, as is asthma, and so on. So that's why we need to make sure that we have follow-ups for these patients. And the addressing of the tobacco dependence and willingness to quit at every consultation the patient has. Some countries have actually reduced the 5 A's to just 3 A's, which is really asking every patient about tobacco use every time they come, and examining for tobacco-specific health damage, advising in a personalized way, and then assisting patients with simple counseling tips and pharmacotherapy if needed. So just the 3 A's has been found to be very effective and is easy and pragmatic to follow in many countries. Now, when you ask patients about tobacco use, it's usual to ask about quantity and frequency, the duration of use, and the last use, so you can understand what kind of withdrawal symptoms patients might have. It is useful to do something like the Fagestroms or any other assessment to understand the severity of the addiction. and to assess for craving. It's also important to ask the patient about their motivation to know whether they're ready to quit or not, which will be done more in detail when you do the assessment. And I think the point is that these are not very strictly compartmentalized. Very often in an interview, these things run into each other. And with experience, you'll just, you'll be able to handle that. The advice needs to be personalized, specific, and non-judgmental. And I think that's very, very important to understand. The moment you express empathy to patients and you give them the optimism and support, they are more than ready to kind of consider quitting. It's just that their experiences of quitting in the past might not have been pleasant, or they have fears about what happens when they quit. And when these are assuaged and you offer them support, they're willing to quit. So it's important not just to educate patients about the risks of tobacco use, but also the benefits of quitting. Very often having a self-help booklet or having some kind of a information of how they can quit, making sure you ask about quit status and follow-up are all important aspects of advising patients. The assessing patients' readiness to quit can be done in various ways. Just simply asking patients, are you willing to try to quit, if support is available? On a scale of 1 to 10, how ready would you say you are? How can we make a score of 4 or 6, a 7 or an 8? Patient might say, look, I'm very worried about withdrawal symptoms. I'm very worried about being able to go to the toilet. So if you can help me with this, I might be more ready to quit. So understanding these nuances are very important. And of course, as I mentioned before, if a patient is still unwilling, I think it's important to advise and talk to the patient about the benefits and what you might be able to offer as a clinician to help the patient to make the quitting process, as unpleasant as possible. This is some work we've been doing as part of a project Impact, where we've really broken it down. This is for people with severe mental illness, where we are trying to get them to quit. So underscoring the importance of quitting, developing the confidence in the patient that they would be able to quit, improving their readiness to quit, reinforcing their decision to quit, and then going into setting a quit date, into the action phase, is something we're trying to break down into as simple steps as possible for patients. How do we improve the motivation of patients? One of the things I first ask patients is, what are the good things about tobacco use? And that kind of throws them off, saying, what can be good about tobacco use? And then I explain to them that they wouldn't have been using tobacco if there had not been some perceived benefits. So people will tell us that, they feel relaxed, they don't have withdrawal symptoms, they can concentrate better. And then you have this dialogue where they talk about the not so good things about tobacco use. And then gradually you get them to see the benefits of quitting in terms of, perhaps most importantly, the health benefits that it might bring about, and the worries they have about quitting. And if you do this engagement in a methodical manner, you can actually move them along this readiness to change by using the simple balance sheet approach. And of course, more challenging patients might require a more detailed interaction, but very often I find that this really helps even in a busy clinic. For patients who are ready to quit, I think important thing is to acknowledge that they're making this quit attempt, help them to fix a quit date. Very often we have families who come with our patients, and involving a family member in the decision-making is again very useful, because you need extra treatment help to help people to quit. Choosing a method to quit, we know that gradual quitting isn't really very helpful. It's much better to quit abruptly. And of course, if they're severely addicted, to offer some pharmacotherapy alongside the counseling. So setting actually what to do on the quit date. And as I mentioned, if necessary, referring for treatment or for pharmacotherapy if it's available. Otherwise, there are other simple ways that especially people with milder dependence or milder forms of addiction can actually do to handle their craving and withdrawal. So it's very well known that craving, the simplest form of behavioral approaches for craving are the 4 Ds, that craving comes in waves. And if you're able to withstand the craving by following the 4 Ds of delaying the craving, distracting yourself, deep breathing, and drink water, the craving is likely to subside. And before the next craving comes, if you're prepared with this, you can handle the craving. Withdrawal symptoms, to understand that these are transient. that the patient will recover from the withdrawal symptoms, that itself is very reassuring. And then you teach them some simple ways of dealing with withdrawal, including how to keep their mouths busy, how to keep their hands busy, and so on. And then anticipating high-risk situations where they might be tempted to use tobacco. And once they've gained a little mastery in terms of what they did right to avoid a high-risk situation, that can be a good reinforcement to keep the patient continuing to manage these high-risk situations. Making a behavioral plan, writing down the reasons why they want to quit, how other people can help me with. In fact, this can also be used in patients who cannot read or write by the clinician or the treatment provider actually helping the person jot down at least these points, especially in a booklet form. These are very, very useful. Fixing a quit date, usually within the next couple of weeks, and planning what to do if there's withdrawal symptoms and craving before the quit date is also a very pragmatic way to make sure that the person is able to quit. And on the quit date, enjoying and celebrating a decision to quit, in terms of having a life without tobacco, avoiding risky situations, keeping busy, making sure the person is properly hydrated, and of course, learning to relax are very, very important, simple strategies to deal with the quit date. So there are three aspects of any addiction: the behavioral aspects, the physical aspects, and the psychological aspects. The physical aspects we know are transient, they last for a few weeks, although craving can continue to occur for a longer time. The behavioral aspects are really the habit formation, and the psychological aspects are the emotional attributes and the emotional changes that might encourage the person to use tobacco again. So it's very important to help the person to deal with craving, to deal with withdrawal, and to deal with the high-risk situations. All service providers must understand that patients go back to use tobacco because it helps them to deal not just with relaxation, with stress and overstimulating or understimulating environments. And therefore, understanding this will help the patient to deal with those situations. So we need to help them to deal with them in terms of changing old habits, learning how to relax, dealing with stress, dealing with negative emotional states. The common challenges are in the morning when the patient cannot go to the toilet, after food, and after a tiring day. And this is something that we help patients with. Teaching the patients tobacco refusal skills is also very important. And we also need to understand that for patients who are more addicted, that these are phases that patients go through, and relapse occurs because they can move through different stages of change. And therefore, it's important to predict relapse, to anticipate relapse, and to know how to deal with relapses. And keeping in touch with the clinician is very, very important to be able to deal with relapses. Managing stress, having good sleep hygiene, good diet and exercise are also very simple but effective strategies. I'll just end up by talking about two other very important ways in which patients can get brief interventions. And one is the quick line, which is 22901701. That was earlier. We have the 2356 quick line that is available now, and the Cessation portal, which also gives people messages on how to stay away from tobacco. These are some key readings. I just wanted to end by saying that during COVID, we've actually had a reduction in the number of calls to the quit line, but the motivation of patients to quit has been higher. And we've actually had more people self-reporting quit during the COVID. So it's been very encouraging that COVID, with all its challenges, has also provided opportunities for tobacco cessation. There are manuals that are available on tobacco cessation. There are videos that are available. And I'd urge all of you to look at some of these things because they can truly help. And all of us as clinicians can be effective agents of change and improve the health of patients who have tobacco use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Murthy, for a very, very elaborate overview on the effectiveness of the psychological interventions. We would all agree in the end that compassion, empathy, and motivation is the key word. And we would go on with our dealing with our patients in such a way to effectively bring them towards cessation. So I would now like to ask a few questions to the speakers as they are there in the chat box. To Dr. Rejo John, if you could just tell us
that what are the key considerations and recommendations to governments before they can consider discussions on tobacco harm reduction involving newer nicotine tobacco products? Dr. John?
Thank you. Well,
yes, sir.
Sorry, I mean, can you repeat the question? I couldn't really understand.
What are the key considerations and recommendations to governments before they can consider discussions on tobacco harm reduction involving newer nicotine tobacco products?
Okay. So in fact, we don't really have much data in India at the moment to really look about this new, ENS products and others out there. Even the GATS data that we have is from 2017-18. Really does not have so much information on the prevalence of other products, which are at the moment very low. But of course, discussion on the economic cost of each of these products is very important, and we have to understand how severe the economic damage caused by each of these products separately. And for that to happen, we need to be able to compute these cost estimates separately for each of these products. And unfortunately, there is insufficient data available out there right now to do that. But I guess the existing information on the economic burden caused by the available tobacco products, including smoking and smokeless, can guide us, in terms of in terms of reducing the prevalence or use of these products.
Okay, very sure. And a similar question related to the above one was that whether there are any major differences in economic costs of tobacco when it comes to smokeless tobacco / ENS products as being claimed by several tobacco.
Yes. Okay. So in this particular paper, we have estimates of costs separately for smoking and smokeless tobacco, and we see that there is a significant difference. In fact, out of the total economic cost that was estimated in this study, 74% of it was due to smoked tobacco, smoking related, and only 26% was smokeless tobacco related. Unfortunately, the study does not distinguish between ENS product or others. So you can't really comment on how much of it may be attributed to ENS or anything in particular. So the on-cost mortality cost is what we have in front of us, and we can see that there is a significant difference, and smokeless tobacco contributes much lesser compared to smoking. In fact, there is also a gender difference in this. When it comes to men, the contribution in smokeless tobacco is so much less, whereas for females, their contribution to smokeless tobacco is significantly larger. So obviously, it has to also do with the fact that the prevalence of smokeless tobacco use in the country is much larger for women in comparison as compared to their use of smoking. So yeah, that's all what the study actually presents in terms of the data out there.
Thank you, Dr. John. And if I could ask Emily if she's still here. Emily, there was a question from Dr. Lalit Mohan Sharma regarding your experience on counseling the teenage tobacco users.
Thank you. I confess I'm an adult physician, so the closest I might get would be around the 18-year-olds. And I don't have a lot of experience. I did have the privilege of giving a talk at my daughter's school about vaping, and I made a great effort not to tell people that age what to do, but just to provide them with information. And that's probably the clearest thing I can have to say about that group. I'm no adolescent expert, however.
So related question, what is the quit rate in your clinic?
I don't know. I don't know. I've certainly anecdotally had notable successes, but I think that that it's probably above the 4% background rate because we work hard at it, and these are people who have some motivations because it's a cancer clinic setting. We are about to engage on a big program of research looking at best practice cancer strategies and smoking cessation strategies in cancer clinics, and probably in a year I'll have a clearer answer for you.
So I think anybody can take the next question. What is the percentage of people who quit tobacco using e-cigarettes and they would stay on e-cigarettes compared to the classical RT cessation support?
I'll take that one. I think it's not well defined because the settings are so variable. It's very different if you're working in a setting where e-cigarettes are part of the repertoire versus they're not accepted. There's some nice literature that tells us that e-cigarettes appear to be more effective as smoking cessation devices in settings where they're legal than where they're not. That's not linked to overall smoking cessation rates necessarily. And one of the difficulties with e-cigarettes is that they, from the smoking cessation point of view, should be short-term, but they're not always short-term depending on the age group. So it's quite complex.
So, Professor Murthy, could you please elaborate on the quit rate in your clinic, if possible?
So the way I would look at it is, for example, if you didn't offer any interventions, the quit rates at the end of a year are about 4%. So you can actually, and it's very difficult to generalize quit rates in different clinics, because some clinics, as Emily mentioned, are cancer clinics, some others are, tobacco cessation clinics where very severe people with severe addiction come. But what I can say is that you can increase it by about 4 to 6 fold if you offer tobacco cessation services. So no magic bullets here, but I think combining pharmacotherapy and I think one of the things that we've shown is if you increase retention rates, the number of people who move from using tobacco to reduction and to stopping tobacco again increases further at the end of about 6 to 9 months. So therefore, offering cessation, and again in the tobacco quit lines, again, about 15 to 20% are the cessation rates at the end of 3 months. So I think these are all very encouraging, and that's what we should be doing.
Okay, thank you so much. And the last question would be, anybody can take it. What short courses do you recommend for getting trained in tobacco cessation methods? Any short course or short methods?
I do know it. I can say in India that we have several short courses that are offered by the NICPR. I know the PGIMER is now offering courses. We are offering courses through the Enhanced Digital Academy. So there are several opportunities for people to kind of get trained in tobacco cessation training.
So thank you all. And it was really a very intriguing session with a lot of interaction as well. So I would like to hand over back to the coordinators for carrying on the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we conclude the third session of the day. And on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank the chairperson and speakers for such an informative session. Now I request Dr. Richa Verma and Dr. Rahul Singh to start the fourth session of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Nadan. Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Richa Verma. And first of all, I would like to thank all the participants for their enthusiasm and staying with us till now. I would like to introduce our respected chairpersons, Dr. Deepak Abrol and Dr. Seema Mishra. Dr. Deepak sir is an assistant professor, Government Medical College, Kathura, Jammu Kashmir, and he has been the General Secretary of ARI North Zone. And Dr. Seema Mishra, Professor, Department of Onco Anesthesia and Palliative Medicine, AIIMS, Delhi. So without much ado, I would request my chairpersons to continue with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richa. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Abhishek Shankar for organizing such a wonderful conference and on such a relevant topic, and it has been a successful one because we have learned a lot in these last 2 or 3 hours, and I have been stuck to my seat and can't leave it because it's such an informative sessions are there. So let us start with the session 4, and I'll invite Dr. Pawan Gupta, Director of Surgical Oncology, Max Healthcare, Delhi. And he will be speaking on tobacco treatment medications, myths versus facts. Dr. Pawan, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for the kind introduction. And it is a wonderful conference. I am also, like Dr. Deepak said, I'm also stuck to my chair and listening to everyone. And it's a real pleasure to be here in such a huge number of people being here for the program. So, and till now, means even after almost like 3 hours, still we have got more than 160 people on attending conference. So I will be talking very shortly the tobacco treatment medications, myths and facts. So this is all based on my personal experiences and what I have seen. See, I'm not going to talk about the common things that is happening and which has been probably covered so extensively in the previous talks. So I will be talking something very interesting or rather uncommon myths which probably no one speaks about. So this is what I am, and this you would see that I have been head and neck cancer surgeon. I'm founder of I Can Care and the course convener and master trainer for certified tobacco cessation courses. Just now there was a question about the various courses available. Yes, there are courses, and I'm the course convener and the master trainer for that. And these are some of the books that I have written. You know, Be Smart, Do Not Start, Win Over Tobacco Made Easy, Tobacco Cessation, a guideline. And of course, now we are on the making an institution tobacco free, and some of the important campaigns I'll be talking about later. And of course, this is something that I have been doing extensively. So in this my presentation, I'll be first talking about the myths and the 10 uncommon myths that is associated with the tobacco cessation program. I'm specifically talking about cessation. I'm not talking about the control program because those are two different areas. You know, and the solution and recommendation, busting the myths and how I can do it. So I'll be taking it into two parts. The myth number one, the 10 important myths I'm going to talk about. The myth number one, I can quit myself. This is the most important thing that any tobacco user says, yes, it is possible for me to quit. I don't need any help. I don't need any medications. Whenever I want, I can quit. So this is something, the myth number one. I hope everyone agrees to that. If you do agree, then put a message on the chat box. If you agree to this myths, put a chat box, myth one. Yes, I agree, right? So I can quit whenever I want to. This is the myth number two, right? If it was so easy, they could have quit the day they got married, because the first day they get married, the wife says that them to quit. So it is a difficult task to quit. It is an addiction and it is very difficult to quit, and it needs a lot of efforts. Myth number three, and the most hated myth that I have, it is very easy to quit. I have quit many times. This is again, as Dr. Murthy has said, other speakers have said earlier, there are medications, there are various methods available, and it is easy to quit. As if you are willing, it is possible to quit. You don't have. This probably has been put by the pharmaceutical companies, or rather the drug companies, or this nicotine companies, to so that the people do not get into that. Self-styled quit experts, quackery at the highest level when it comes to tobacco cessation. I'm sure a lot of people are going to get angry with this, but the fact is, even the highest, even the cardiologists, the oncologists and others, they are at the highest. They are self-styled quit experts, and there are many people. Even every doctor feels that he's an expert in quitting tobacco, in helping a person to quit tobacco. And this is the quackery at the highest, because unless you are trained to help a person quit, the quit rate is going to be dismal, like 3%, 4%, as people keep on talking. Willpower is the only thing to quit tobacco. Yes, this is another most common or common myth that is there, that willpower is the only thing. Willpower, if you are working against your willpower, then you are never able to quit. You have to work with your willpower, and that is what. And that is another thing, that just willpower is not enough, because willpower over a period of time will exhaust. It has to be a continuous motivation and a commitment that has to be there. Tobacco cessation program should be free. Yes, everyone demands it. Yes, it should be free. Yes, this is the greatest myth, that I never say that a tobacco program should be, a cessation program should be free. Yes, it should be free for someone who has never purchased a tobacco but has been fed on tobacco. Right? If you have enough of money to purchase tobacco, it is not a free program for you. Only psychiatrists should practice tobacco cessation. Well, then why are we here? We have got radiologists, we have got radiotherapists, where we have got anesthetists, and we have got everyone. So tobacco cessation is not the domain, and it has to get out of that domain of the psychiatry, because people will not go to a psychiatrist to quit tobacco because they don't feel that they are pagal for that purpose, right? The onus is on the patient to quit. This is the common thing that the doctor says, tu chodega to chodega. Abhi just right now, Dr. Murthy had said, we have to have the empathy. We have to help them. So this is the another, the onus is on the doctor feels it is the onus is on the patient to quit. I am least bothered. मैंने बोल दिया ना उसको quit करने के, that is enough for me. Single formula suits all. We keep asking whenever we have such meetings, and I have been doing such meetings across India. Sir, एक दवा बता दीजिए. Sir, just give me some medication. Or sir, just give me a prescription and I will be able to quit. It's not that easy, right? There are a lot of aspects that has to be taken care. And that is what we had in the previous meetings about the social aspect, the psychological aspects, the Feigenbaum scoring system, the willpower index. So many things have to be taken care. So that's no single formula for any person. It has to be individualized, and there are a lot of other aspects that has to be taken care. The genetic aspects, the personal aspects, the environmental aspects. So many things have to be taken care. So it is something that the planning has to go in when a person is ready to quit, or each person has to be individualized. This is another thing, NRT versus SNRT. What do you mean by NRT versus SNRT? And this is something that I have put in my this thing. NRT is like nicotine replacement therapy, available across the counter. You know, anyone can purchase it across the counter. Is it really effective? So this is the biggest myth and the biggest gimmick by the advertising, by the companies who are making NRT, right? You purchase and you take it and you are free from tobacco. So it has to be a supervised NRT. It has to be given on a proper, simple, medicated way. That is something very important. I will give medicines and the patient would quit. This is another thing that a doctor says, because nowadays we have got many other medications which we have already spoken to in the previous. So you get the medicines and the patient will quit. This is another biggest myth that is there. No, it will not happen. There has to be multimodality treatments. I'm going to talk about it. So you see, this is what is important, and this is where now I'm coming in. So what is the solution for, and where are we actually? Right? So how can we do that? So tobacco users, we have got 22 lakhs. That's per day, per year is around 13 lakhs. And this is a very huge figure, you know. But the important part is every year 9 lakhs are added. And the number of quitters are a very dismal, in thousands, a very dismal figure. So what do we need actually? How do we change this? We need to induct doctors of all specialty to work for this. Whether it is cardiology, pulmonology, dental, oncology, gynecology, psychiatry, anesthesia, anyone, they have to be inducted into the system. Implant tobacco marshals in the society. This I'm going to talk about it. Have more of ambassadors to speak that it is possible to quit tobacco. And this is another dismal figure, which is their incomplete intervention. Whenever there is an incomplete intervention, you know, by any specialist, this is the quackery of this thing, what I said. Quacks managing tobacco cessation centers across India, and quacks actually talking, clinicians untrained in tobacco cessation, guiding half-heartedly and accepting or rather cursing the patient for not quitting. Right? This is a very, very harmful situation, and that is where what we need. So result, the self-styled tobacco cessation experts mishandling, which makes a strong case that it is not possible to quit. And the patient gets, so is the lack of knowledge and skill the cause of lack of commitment, self-belief that quit is possible. So this is what happens, you know. So this is another thing that I had said. This is something I want to ban this Mark Twain quote. It is easy to quit, and I quit many a times. Yes, it is a clever way of saying that it is not possible to quit. No need to try also. You know, you are going to fail. You will again relapse. But what we need to introduce have to replace by quotes of tobacco quit ambassadors. Yes, I am committed to quit and I am a winner. Yes, there are hundreds and thousands of people who quit, and they need to be promoted and they need to bring it out. Skill development for tobacco cessation. This is another thing that we had a number of questions earlier. So this is the solution number one. We have to have skill development. This is what has been introduced by the Gujarat University, skill development, building manpower, skill up visibility and networking. So these are the network systems that has been developed in various levels of skill development. the volunteers, the marshals, the ambassadors, and the specialists. So this is something which has been introduced by the Gujarat University, and it is being conducted almost every month or alternate month online, and that is ICANN-CARE is authorized to do that. So this is we are inviting these practicing doctors, practicing doctors who see patients, to please join these courses, and it is absolutely free of cost, 100% scholarship for this certifications. And you can just write to me, and you can, or just note down this number 01143077695. Just give a call and we will help you out. So this is another thing that we have started adopting the protocol, that is the ICANN-CARE app is there, which has included, it has made the things very easy. A busy cardiologist or a busy anesthesiologist, even an oncologist like me, who is busy, if he has to go in for a tobacco cessation program, it is very difficult. He has not been taught from this during MBBS also. So learning and adopting this protocol, a very nice system, and where everything comes out from the system, okay, what is the intervention that is required. It really helps the doctor and also the user. So it has got many things into that, everything, and including oral examination has been included in this program. So this is what is important, and we have to work on that oral screening, self-examination, and assessing willpower, quit tobacco knowledge, articles, e-prescription, everything has been included. And the best part is it is made in India and by IIT Kharagpur alumni, and that is Rishabh Agarwal. And so he is doing, and we at ICANN-CARE are using it. So this is another thing that we have very nice or very simplified, and we have put it here, that what we have to adopt when we want a good tobacco cessation is A, B, C, D of tobacco cessation. That has to be there. I will just go through it fast. Multi-modal approach to treat complex diseases like tobacco. It's a complex disease, so follow the ABCD of tobacco cessation. It should not be just focused on tobacco, but we have to look at the patient on the entirely. This is what it is. Active motivation and follow-up. So what we did was we started a group counseling system, morning yoga sessions, quit coaches, quit buddies, and we have started a WhatsApp 24/7 support group. So this yoga sessions is almost every day, and we have got a lot of patients who are taking a help of that. So behavioral therapy. So what we have introduced is a 7D intervention and stress management. So I'll not get into that, but of course, when you take the training, you will be taught in details. Comorbidity management is a very important management, and this is a tobacco cessation center. The picture shows a tobacco cessation center that we have at Max Hospital. Where we are doing extensively, not only three things: the oral screening, oral rehabilitation, tobacco cessation, and oral prophylaxis. So, and including that, taking care of the comorbidities, taking care of certain like constipations, sleeplessness, hypertension, diabetes. You see, that has to be a part of the management. Including immunity and including nutritional supplements that needs to be given. And the fourth D is the drug, that is whether to give NRT or non-NRT. That of course comes the last, and we have got now nicotine lozenges, transdermal patches, which are the new inclusion in the Indian pharmacy. So this is something very important. And what again I want to say, for those doctors who are seeing patients but they are not trained, so please adopt AAR and not restrict to AA. That is number one. Ask, advise, and refer, and not just restrict to ask and advise. Right? You should quit tobacco. That should not be enough. You have to refer to the specialist or who are trained, who are certified. Please do not send to quacks. Please be only to those who are certified and who have learned the methods of tobacco cessation. Adopting AAR and not 5A. This is another important aspect that I talk to all the doctors. Don't become a tobacco cessation specialist unless you are yourself trained. So please ask, advise, and refer the patient to the specialist. That is what I say. The 4 pillars of success of a quit program is basically availability, scalability, visibility, and networking. And this is what I say. We have to have more and more people who are available for tobacco cessation. They should be skilled and they should be visible everywhere, and there should be a huge network. And that is what we have created, the network of volunteers, marshals, ambassadors, and specialists across India. And this is a tobacco cessation program, which is a balanced program that needs to be given. And we have got a surprisingly a 92% quit rate. through this standardized program. And this is another very important area. As an oncosurgeon, I always put it that people may not be having cancer, but they will have trismus. And this is because of the smokeless tobacco. And for that, this advertisements and everything, it is very important. And for this, we have introduced something very unique. And this is a TrisCare, a mouth opening device, which has been introduced for all these patients who are taking some smokeless tobacco. This is something very unique, and I'm sure many of you will use it for your patients. And this is another, the TrisCare for the smokeless tobacco and the acapella for the smokers. You know, when they have got a lot of mucus, which is there in the oral, in the trachea, in the bronchus, that needs to be brought out. So this is another 2 instrument that is required for this patient. So just coming, tobacco is the root cause of most of the chronic diseases. Tobacco patients would need that nutrition, immunity, oral, submucosal fibrosis, cough, constipation, so many things that addresses the issues on an individual level. You know, that is very important. Everything needs to be addressed, and then only it will be become a. So what is the need of the hour? The current scenario is there is not many people who want to quit. Almost there are studies which have shown 70% of the people who have taken tobacco, who are using tobacco, want to quit, but the need a tobacco cessation specialist. This is the need. A world where a trained tobacco cessation specialist available to every patient. Yes, that is where it will change the whole. These are some of the books I have already alluded to. And want to quit tobacco, this is a private quit number that we have started at 011-430-77695, and it is a paid quit program that a person can take. And I can assure you that we will give them a proper quit program. So thank you very much, the ever increasing I Can Care community. And this is again, I invite you for the Gujarat University certificate course. Please do join the course. Already we have trained more than 500 doctors by now, and we will look forward for your joining in. So just change is never painful, only the resistance to change is painful. That's my Buddha. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Such a wonderful lecture. And always you are so enthusiastic to tell everything about the smoking cessation and the change. How can the people, they can change it. Thank you so much. And from the organized side, I would like to announce one change in the program. The lecture that taken by the Dr. Alok Thakur because of some emergency, that is going to be taken by Dr. Pawan Gupta. So moving on to next speaker, I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Matthews. Dr. Matthews is a Division Chief Thoracic Surgery, and he is from the USA. Without wasting time, Dr. Matthews, can you start your lecture? Dr. Matthews.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm going to share my screen here for a minute. And okay. All right. All right, can you see that screen okay?
We are able to see. Please go ahead.
Okay, share screen. I think I'm sharing my screen.
So we can see your screen. Can you put it on presenter mode?
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. This is still not working. Okay, I think this is working finally. Is that okay for you? Can you see it?
Can you keep us a full slide mode? Slideshow.
Yeah, kindly click on slideshow, Matthew. I think it will work then.
Can you go to the slideshow? On the upper, home, insert, draw, design, transitions, animation, then slideshow on the top. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm on slideshow. This worked for me.
Can you share the slide with us so that somebody from our team will share the slide for us? So can you share it right now? We'll just do it.
Are you seeing that now? Slideshow. Here we go. Does that work?
Yeah. It's not working, but it's okay. You can speak on that. It's visible. I think it's visible to everyone.
Is this visible?
You just have to click slideshow.
I think he's doing that, but he's unable to.
Okay, you can continue the presentation.
Okay,
Yeah.
then you continue.
All right. Okay, you can see the presentation now because I've clicked slideshow. Sorry about that technical difficulty. I appreciate the ability to speak here. Some of what I will share, we've heard different amounts of and different versions of earlier, but some of these points I think are worth repeating. So I don't have any financial disclosures or conflicts of interest. Certainly don't work with any tobacco companies or anything like that. I'm a thoracic surgeon. I focus on lung cancer, esophageal cancer. I did my training at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas, and I've been here in Arkansas for 12 years. Arkansas is a rural part of the United States, kind of in the central United States with very, very high smoking rates. I underwent training as a certified tobacco treatment specialist because I was disappointed that many of my patients would continue to smoke even before and after surgery. Developed cessation programs here in our clinic, in our hospital, and in screening programs. I've had the fortune to work with the International Association for the Study of Lung Cancer as part of their smoking cessation and tobacco control committee, and I'm currently the chair. And we've done some great work through that, and that's where I met Dr. Abhishek Shankar, who kindly invited me to participate with this. And I've learned through this that cessation programs are not something that you just build and ignore. It requires constant updating and ongoing work and maintenance. It's a project that's always in evolution. So here's an overview of what we will talk about. How important this is, especially during cancer treatment. And then I'll go through a few different guidelines and touch on some points of those. Tobacco impacts cancer outcomes. One of the first barriers we have is a lot of patients, physicians, nurses, and family members don't think it matters anymore. There's a lot of impact of cancer outcomes due to smoking. Yes, they already have cancer, but the complications, the drug toxicity, respiratory infections, even overall survival is impacted by cancer. We had a great workshop at the US FDA to discuss this and try to take steps towards assessing tobacco use in clinical trials, because tobacco use does greatly impact our outcomes. For the medical oncologists, we care quite a bit about pharmacokinetics, the drugs we give to the patient. How is it metabolized in the body? How is it cleared? And the drug levels are very, very important for effectiveness. We've found that in certain drugs, they're cleared a lot faster in those who smoke because of upregulation of the cytochrome P450 system upregulates and clears the drug through the liver faster. So as it's cleared faster, it's less effective. So you have to give more drug, but then there could be more side effects. And so it certainly impacts our drug delivery, and it could impact our treatment outcomes. Indeed, tobacco use impacts survival. Many different cancers, poorer survival with smoking. And these deaths from all these cancers, we're trying to avoid that and prevent that. And we are giving drugs, we're doing surgery, we're giving radiation treatment to try to improve survival in life. and yet we have a controllable risk factor contributing to death that is often ignored. And you've seen this graph a little bit earlier. Dr. Stone shared that, and I hate to be redundant, but this is such an important graph for some of our message. We know that cessation improves survival in our lung cancer patients. They have better tolerance of therapy, improved efficacy of the drugs, decreased toxicity, et cetera. In this Kaplan-Meier curve, these two graphs, that's not a painful surgery. It's not an expensive drug. It's not radiotherapy. The difference between these two cohorts was quit smoking and not. If we had a drug that gave that 9-month survival, it would be standard of care. If we had a surgery that would offer survival advantage that's statistically significant, we'd offer it to patients. This is quitting smoking, and it should be a standard part of all of our cancer care.
Dr. Matthew,
Yes.
Your slides are not moving.
Oh, they're not moving?
No.
Oh, crap. Okay. They're moving on my screen. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, now.
There's something not right about this. Can I just share my slides with you in the chat box and then you load them? Is that okay?
Yeah. Is that okay, sir? Just share. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we're seeing the editing mode rather than the presenter mode.
You're seeing the editing mode. Okay, so you see my slides moving now.
Yeah, now it's moving.
Yes, we can see them now.
Maybe I'll just talk from this mode. Is that okay? That's not optimal, but it seems to be continuing to not work for me. Shoot, I'm sorry. The IT people updated my computer, and I don't know if they installed a firewall or something on my university computer, and it's not working here.
We see the Kaplan-Meier curve now.
You do? Good. Thank you, Dr. Glantz. Okay, well, if you can see this, I'll just click through and I'll get my part wrapped up as quick as I can. So, you know, we discussed a little bit about smoking cessation and how it impacts survival in cancer patients. All of us, everywhere in the world, have been impacted by this viral respiratory pandemic. And while this is a stressful time, and it's a time of isolation and challenges and anxiety, less care, there's a lot of benefits for quitting now. This is some work we did with the Society of Thoracic Surgeons to try to address that and talk about how it is a great time, and it may be a even more opportune moment and teachable moment for patients. So there's increased awareness of respiratory health. People have realized the importance of quitting smoking, and now, particularly with adjuncts that we have, either web-based, telephone-based, or distance health, we can try to improve cessation throughout our healthcare systems. But our framework for cessation, we talked about the 5 A's, or condensed to an ask, advise, and refer model. I'm not going to go through that in detail because we've heard about that, but that's what we use here. And in regards to smoking cessation guidelines, there's lots of guidelines out there. I would recommend people look through guidelines and find something that works for you, but don't be afraid to modify and adapt as it needs based on your availability of resources or your patient population. A common one we built our framework from here is the NCCN guideline. And for those who are not familiar, you can create a free profile, nccn.org, and create that login. There's excellent guidelines that are updated at least annually, sometimes more often. And it goes through step by step of evaluation and assessment and treatment. And it's a wonderful standardized guideline that is evidence-based, that has hundreds of references in it. But it's a very good starting point for any physician or clinic or group to start following a guideline. Their cessation approach, I can't get into all the details, but they recommend a combination nicotine replacement therapy, meaning a long-acting patch plus a short-acting gum or lozenge typically for 12 weeks, or varenicline. They consider either combination NRT or varenicline as a first-line therapy. And then that it must be coupled with behavioral therapy in the form of counseling and follow-up. And then that is at least 12 weeks of pharmacotherapy and counseling and follow-up. It must be combined. It is not, I really like the myth we heard before about NRT versus supervised NRT. It is not throwing a pill at something and hoping it gets better. This is a ongoing disease that we are treating. So you have to combine pharmacotherapy with behavior therapy. And the smoking status needs to be documented every visit because it can change. If we don't ask, they think it's not important. So we should ask our patients on every visit. And for those who abstain, congratulate them. For those who are relapsing, help them. But it should be asked every time because, again, if we don't ask, patients may think it's not important. So some key points from the NCCN org recommendation guidelines is pharmacotherapy and behavior together must be used. Varenicline or combination NRT with multiple counseling sessions. We have to document that smoking status regularly. Relapse, it's common. It doesn't mean we failed. It doesn't mean I'm a bad doctor or the patient didn't try hard enough. This is an addiction. Failure is part of the process, and we have to, as discouraging as it is, we have to continue to support and encourage, because even after failed attempts, patients can succeed with quitting. It must be integral in cancer care, and it is part of how we treat our cancer patients. The NCCN guidelines also indicate there's insufficient evidence to support e-cigarettes as a cessation aid. I'm not going to get into great detail on that. We have Dr. Glantz, fortunately, on the call, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from him about that. But e-cigarettes are not an evidence-based cessation aid in the NCCN guideline. A lot of patients ask me about that. Yes, they might alter the smoking behavior, but really what I see most often is it is not structured. It is leading to dual use, increased nicotine from these plus combustibles, and it's very difficult to wean patients off. Aside from the nicotine, there are other components in these e-cigarettes that may cause short-term or even long-term harm we don't know about. Other guidelines we have, ASCO has a lovely, wonderful guideline that is very evidence-based, very easy to read. I've shared this with others in my office and clinic, and this is fewer references and details than the NCCN guideline, but the ASCO guideline is an excellent toolkit of step-by-step talking about tobacco. How do we talk with patients about tobacco? We need to address that with every patient, every visit, all stages of disease, not placing blame or increasing stigma. We realize that relapse, it's just part of the disease, and it's something we manage and work with. And again, assessing at every visit. So what I really like about the ASCO guideline is it has some simple steps. Have you set a quit date, et cetera, flow charts that can help us in clinic. It helps us individualize what the benefits are. Talking points to your patients, why it's important, not just to quit, why it's important for them to quit. And what I really like is, this is very fine print, but when you get into the ASCO guidelines, it has the common barriers, the common things we all hear from patients. But I've cut down. Isn't that good enough? Well, now's not a good time. I'm pretty stressed. I've tried everything. Quitting doesn't work for me. The medications don't work for me. All of these things we've heard, and they have structured responses to these common concerns. They call them excuses here, but I think that's a little bit blame laden. I hear it more as a barrier or a concern from the patients, but they have physician responses that are structured, that are excellent. And I don't use these word by word, but it's given me good ways to think about how to address these things in patients. And in summary, this ASCO guide, it is available online. It's free. Anyone can download it. It helps us understand how to treat nicotine dependence in our clinical workspace. It is an addiction to nicotine, and we have to treat it as such. Incremental, realistic goals with quit dates and follow-up is important. This physician recommended evidence-based cessation strategies include pharmacotherapy and counseling together. We have to include both. And now the counseling could be telephone counseling, phone follow-up, other things like that, but it's not just medications alone. E-cigarettes or smokeless tobacco should not be used. It's not evidence-based. And we have to individualize it. So again, the ASCO guide does have a framework of the 5 A's, but we can also look at ask, advise, and a refer, because the physician recommendation alone isn't enough. They need the next step. There is some excellent links, and there's hundreds of things on the web. I like to stick with just a couple guidelines and adapt those the best way I can to my clinic, rather than trying to read 24 guidelines. For me, it gets a little confusing. I start with something that's broad, and then I see how it adapts to our clinical workspace. And it's not something you can just plug in and do. You have to update and review. I did have a slide in here, and it skipped, but it was about the medication updates. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. But Dr. Stone covered that in her talk. In summary, the ATS guideline gave very strong recommendations for varenicline as a first-line therapy. And that's another thing that we have adapted as our first-line drug. So our take-home messages: tobacco use, it impacts clinical outcomes, and in the cessation, it has benefits in short-term and long-term endpoints. These guidelines are guides. Failure is common. It doesn't mean that I failed, or the nurse didn't counsel well enough, or the patient didn't do it right. These things aren't foolproof. Even in the best centers, cessation is not 100%. So we have to be accepting of that, resilient, and make plan B and plan C. And some of these guidelines, you have to adapt to your setting and see how you can implement it in your environment. But overall, smoking and tobacco impacts health. My goal as a surgeon isn't just to do operations and cut out cancer. My overarching goal is to help patients live a longer, better life. And this is an integral key part of that. And you know, if a stubborn surgeon who can't even figure out PowerPoint screen share on his university computer can learn about these things, anyone can, I think. And it's very important to implement that in our clinical spaces using these guidelines. So thank you, and I apologize for the glitches. I kept hitting screen sharing, and it just wasn't accepting it. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew. We are running short of time, so we are not going to take up any questions. We are moving on to the third lecture in this series. Dr. Pawan Gupta is going to speak on behalf of Dr. Alok Thakur. As he has some emergency, he is not able to participate in this conference. Dr. Pawan, we are running short of time. Can you?
I will be try to be as brief as possible. No problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I will just give some practical tips on how to involve the youth, and which I have been doing extensively. Right. So I need the screen. I got it. So without going into the details, I already know about me now. So something that I started was the campaigns, Save the Youth campaign, Chota Dana campaign, Win Over Tobacco campaign, I Can Care, I Can Win, Be Careful, Not Fearful. And another recently I started was a Be Careful and Fearful. I'll be just talking very shortly on this boosting tobacco prevention treatment in young people. And that's what I have done, Save the Youth campaign. Just a little thought process, and I'm really glad Dr. Matthews highlighted some of the points that I had alluded to in my talk, and especially the SNRT and AAR. So thank you so much, Matthews. And this is what I have done, and this is whatever I have done. I'm just talking about it. So I covered up 1,65,000 children in the last 3 years, sensitized 1.2 lakh adults, have conducted 600, I think somewhere around 627 schools programs, sensitization programs, and have been able to reach out to huge people. And we covered more than 1,65,000 through webinars last year. So this is a very designed program and how to reach out to these people. So just coming to the youth, youths are versatile, they are multi-talented, they're smart, but yet gullible. They are easily manipulated. And that's what the tobacco industry is doing. Talented, yet have insecurities of social distancing and the fear of rejection right now. Yes, extremely energetic and full of vigor, but don't know how to harness it in the right direction. Stressed with emotions. These are the facts that our youths have. And the typical scenario is that we have got all these hookah bars, the cigarettes, everything is available, the advertisements. And so these people, these youngsters, have got a high chance of getting into this. Not only this newly things which are being coming up, this hookah and other things which are coming up. So, but the future of students, like, who are smoking, chewing or vaping, they have got physical impact, they have got social impact, and they have got mental impact. I'm not getting into the details of it because I want to address how we can get them involved into the society. You see, the addiction and behavior is the child who even tries for once, they are slaves forever. And more importantly, it's a gateway to the other drugs. And this is what is happening. And the anxiety, the irritability, so many things that is happening. This is what the problem is. And in India as compared to the US, what we are talking, what Matthew is talking, what others are talking about, the US or UK, we have got many more varieties of tobacco, which is available freely in the market and at a very cheaper cost. If 5 rupees, you will get 20 cigarettes, 20 BDs, so it's very, very cheap. And that is what is happening, the smoking tobacco, the smokeless forms, we don't need that. In India, there is no need for cigarettes, and it is all in the market and easily available, and these companies, because of whatever the reasons, they are they really entice the youths to take that. And more than that, if it was the poor people, now it is the rich which are being targeted, especially with these vaping devices, and We are going to have the next talk, and this is what is happening. The tobacco, which is causing personal harms due to these vaping devices, and these youths are not aware of it. So we need to make them aware. And this is something what I would say, tobacco is going to cause some or the other disease at some point of life, whatever it is. This young man, he's just 42 years and he was an astrologer, but he did not know he could not even predict his own life, but we could predict his life when he was taking tobacco. And this is what is happening. The tobacco industries, they're targeting youth and now the young women. This is where the main problem is. Youth and the young women are a major target of opportunity for the tobacco industry, which needs to recruit new users to replace the nearly half of the current users who will die prematurely from tobacco-related disease. And as I said earlier, it's like a balloon, around 5,500 children are taking or starting tobacco every day. 3,700 people are dying every day. And then every year, every day, 1,300 or 1,800 people, new users are getting accumulated extra. It's inflating. The balloon is keeping on inflating unless we have more people coming out of it for tobacco cessation, and more people are stopped from entering into that balloon. So this is where we are taking, and just a small few slides of taking how these youths are affected and how we can actually make the youth believe that, understand what is in store for them. For youth, cancer may be a very distant away. A cardiovascular heart disease or problem may be very distant. But when you talk of the youth, which is really affecting them, which will catch up with them, and that is this thing, very small, simple things. The kiss, but not with the tobacco user. That's what we have said. If you are getting married, please make sure what you are doing. Just look at this. Kissing a tobacco user, it smells horrible, tastes awful, liberate toxins, perform. Do I have to say that? What the performance would be so smokers, cough, chewers, spit, so many things. And just look at what the performance would be. A male, he is impotent and he will be diseased at some point and he will have a painful death. A female will be more likely to be infertile and he, of course, will have more disease and painful. It's again a painful death. So be careful when choosing your partner. This is what I say. You taking tobacco, not for marriage, and this is smoking harms your sex life. These small things affects the children, the youths much more than talking them about smoking and cancer or cardiovascular, because probably they would have, and these are some of the things, a message to the youth in future. If you are a tobacco user, you will not be a choice for employment, right? You are unlikely to be a choice for marriage. Be smart, make the right choice. So this is what makes important way how we can address the children. And most of the time it is at the political will to ban. Where is the political will to ban? It's a money matters, money everywhere. For the filmmaker who is putting money, he is getting a lot of money. The celebrities are getting money. The government is getting money. The politicians are getting money. The manufacturer is getting money. The vendor is getting money. The farmer is getting money. So it's the money all around. But what about the consumer? Consumer dies a painful death. It's all about money. 43,000 crore or 430,000 crore of tax revenue. Tobacco manufacturers biggest funder of politicians and film industry. No public demand to ban. This is the most important problem. We are talking in conferences. We are talking in closed doors that it should be banned. It should be banned. Where is that public demand? When will we actually come together and stand at Jantar Mantar or the India Gate or demanding our politicians to ban tobacco? But this is what is there. So it is affecting. A huge army is required to take care of these children. And this is where we started the Save the Youth, a solution to curb all menace of tobacco. That's the Save the Youth. And what is the Save the Youth campaign? It's sensitization, assistance, volunteer training, and enforcement. And this, I will not get into the debate, but just talking about sensitization. Sensitization implies be smart, do not start, number one. Number two, it's possible to quit. Win over tobacco is made easy. And the third very important thing that I tell to the people and tell everyone, to the students, please be careful and fearful of the people taking tobacco around you. right? Because they are going to somehow going to harm you. So these are the sensitization program that we go to the schools and talk to the people, talk to the children. And of course, there's an assistance program. We have already, Dr. Matthews has given so much of details, but what we have done is we have started it in a very systematic or a systematic way. So creating the visibility and creating the network. And that is where I have put the marshals. We have to have marshals all around. And these are some of our book, very easy to read, and it is now available in multiple languages. It is a comic book, very easy to read for the children. Be smart, do not start. Jagruk rahe, praram na kare. Jagruk ruhantu, prarambha karantu nahi. And there is multiple in Odia, in multiple languages. And then what we started is these games, the tobacco games for the children, because the children get enticed, or they're very handy on the smartphones. So we started these tobacco games, the smoke runners, the memory flip. When they read, or when they learn, when they play these games, they get to know about tobacco. And then this is another very important thing that we tell to our patient, to the children. Kisi bhi prakar ka, whatever the way, whether it is pan masala or whatever it is being done, and so many people are advertising it, or even on the TV. Why we are not getting? Please never again try to take it. And this is what is happening. And this is where we have started. We have started showing this picture. Look, the mouth is closed. We have to use the instruments to open your mouth even. So that actually has a lot of effect on the children. So we need to have, ambassadors for Tobacco Free India, we need to have a lot of youths joining in. And that's what I Can Care is building up. And this big community problem, this tobacco, youth is to be sensitized, not to start. Tobacco wellness program, need of the hour. Tobacco users who want to quit need support. Tobacco is a disease and needs treatment. Skill gap among the medical professions that needs to be addressed. Lack of community awareness that it is possible to quit with medications. This is another very important thing that we have to say. And we have to convert this social acceptable custom into a social outrage. We will not tolerate people who are taking tobacco around us. So everyone has to be a Shrije, and that's the tobacco marshals. And that is what we are doing. We are creating tobacco marshals, and our target is to have at least 1,000 tobacco marshals and specialists across India, so that we can challenge. And we have already started training people, and we are having more and more people being getting into this tobacco marshals program. So volunteers, and that is what we look at. And the tobacco marshals, it's a start of journey to save the youth. Tobacco marshals are the saviors of the society against the dreaded tobacco disease, which kills crores, mutilates many, widows many, and orphans a large number of youths. Marshals are influencers to save the youth from initiation, encourage cessation, propagate negative attitudes towards tobacco use, induct more people to support the cause, and increase support for policy change. So thank you so much for your patient hearing. I hope I have been in time. Thank you so much. And I really look forward for people to join me. And before I end, I'm just sorry. I'm just sending a link on the WhatsApp group on this on the chat box. Please feel free. It will take 30 seconds. Do join the largest community on the Facebook who are fighting against tobacco or promoting tobacco cessation in India. Here it is. Just join it. It will take just 30 seconds. Thank you so much, and I am open for question if the time allows. So I think I have been in time or before time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the very nice presentation.
Yeah, any questions, anyone?
I am not seeing any question in chat box.
So I would request everyone to please join this WhatsApp, this Facebook group. So it will be a very interesting thing to keep on interacting. It need not be now, but anything that comes up anytime, please feel free to be with me. Thank you.
So since we are running short of time, I'll request Deepak Sani to take over and for the plenary session.
Thank you, Deepak Rawal, sir. On behalf of organizing team, we thank all the chairpersons and speaker of today's session and all the participants. Now, I would like to introduce our special guest, Dr. Stanton Glantz, Professor of Medicine and Founding Director, the Center for Tobacco Control, Research and Education, University of California, San Francisco, USA. Dr. Glantz conducts research on a wide range of topics, ranging from health effects of e-cigarettes and secondhand smoke, with emphasis on the cardiovascular system, to the efficacy of different tobacco control policies. Dr. Glantz's work has expanded to include cannabis policy because of interaction between tobacco and cannabis. His research on the effect of secondhand smoke on blood and blood vessels has helped explain why, in terms of heart disease, the effect of secondhand smoke are nearly as large as smoking. Everyone will be amazed to see his extensive research work on tobacco, which reflects from number of citations for his research works, which we can see in Google Scholar. I request Dr. Glantz to kindly take over the plenary session. Stanton, sir. So kindly unmute your mic. Sir,
I'm having to, I just need to share my screen. Okay, so can you guys see that slide okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm going to be talking about e-cigarettes or electronic nicotine delivery systems, and it's really a new addition to the tobacco epidemic. I think the good news from the point of view of people in India is your government banned all of these products in 2019, and while the industry is always trying to weasel their way around bans. If you look in the countries that have banned them, their youth use is way lower than in the countries that allow them. So the basic argument for e-cigarettes and the other electronic nicotine delivery systems is because you don't have any fire, so you don't get any combustion products, and that means they're safer. The way a cigarette works is you set the tobacco on fire, and that generates an aerosol of ultrafine particles that carries the nicotine down into your lungs, where it's absorbed, goes to your left heart, and quickly to your brain. And when you burn things, you do get a lot of carcinogens and other toxins, and e-cigarettes don't use fire, and so you don't have those bad products. The problem is that you just have a different set of bad products, and the argument used for these systems that because there's no fire, they're safer is just grossly oversimplified. So I'm going to talk about 3 myths surrounding e-cigarettes. The first is that they're substantially safer than cigarettes. The second is that they help smokers quit, and you heard a little bit about that from Dr. Staliga. The evidence there isn't in. And also that they don't appeal to kids, because the e-cigarette advocates say, well, these are products designed for adult established smokers, and why would any kids be interested in them? And I'm going to show you all 3 of these arguments for e-cigarettes are just not, they're just wrong. An important thing is that all of the big multinational tobacco companies are now in the e-cigarette business. And so when you're talking about e-cigarettes, you are talking about the same companies that make cigarettes and other tobacco products. So how does an e-cigarette work? Can you see the pointer? Well, I guess not. So basically, this is a 3rd generation e-cigarette, but they're all about the same. There's a battery. Then there's a tank that has the e-liquid in it, which is a mixture usually of propylene glycol, vegetable glycerin, flavorants, and nicotine. And then there's a wick, like a candle wick, which is soaked in the nicotine solution. And it has a heating coil wrapped around the wick. And when you activate the heating coil, it heats up the wick and generates the aerosol that you inhale. And so you don't actually have fire, but you do generate an aerosol of ultrafine particles. There's also another class of ends, which are so-called heated tobacco products. The three big ones are the IQOS from Philip Morris, Glow from BAT, and Plume from Japan Tobacco. These work by having a little mini cigarette, which is ground up tobacco flavorants and a lot of propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin. And then you insert that into a heater, which is the heating blade you can see in the middle. And when you activate it, it heats it up and generates the aerosol. These have been on the market. Well, they're actually various versions of these things have been around for years, but the current generations are relatively new. There's not as much research on these as on liquid e-cigarettes, but they're basically the same kind of thing. It's just, I think of these sort of like a solid e-cigarette. Now, the dominant brand is Juul, which was invented here in San Francisco. And there are several things about this product that were very innovative and allowed them to take over the market, although they are being eclipsed with other similar products now. The first thing, if you look at the Juul, the blue thing is the battery and the electronics, and then the black cap is where the e-liquid and the heating system are. And the first thing about Juul, which was very innovative, is it doesn't look like a cigarette. Earlier versions of e-cigarettes were meant to mimic cigarettes. Juul figured out that a lot of people, especially kids, don't like cigarettes. And so if we make it look like something else, that'll make it more appealing. They also had a very aggressive marketing plan using social media that I'm not going to get into, but it was very successful. But the other really major innovation that occurred with Juul was changing the chemical form of the nicotine which is delivered. Conventional cigarettes and earlier generation e-cigarettes deliver freebase nicotine. It's very basic or alkaline, it's irritating to the throat, and it's actually pretty hard to inhale nicotine. It triggers a gag reflex. And what Juul figured out was that by adding some acid to the e-liquid and converting the nicotine into a salt, they could bring the acidity down to a neutral or mildly acidic pH, which makes it much easier to inhale. And so you can actually deliver a lot more nicotine through these nicotine salt systems than through freebase nicotine. And this technology has now pretty much been copied by all of the products. By doing that, you get a nicotine hit much more like a cigarette. If you look at this slide, the black shows the level of nicotine in the blood after you take a puff of a cigarette. And you can see the nicotine goes up very fast to a high peak. And that's a very, very reinforcing, addicting way to deliver the drug. Juul, which is in yellow, mimics that. And in fact, newer versions of Juul actually exceed what a cigarette will do. Whereas the earlier e-cigarettes that used freebase nicotine gave a much lower peak and were much less satisfying and addicting to users. And this really allowed Juul to take over the market. If you look at the red line here, you'll see that Juul, after it came on the market, just took over from the other companies' products. It also, so looking at the question of do e-cigarettes appeal to kids, this is data from high school students in the United States from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. And you can see that cigarette smoking was going down. That's the light gray line. But as e-cigarettes came on the market, the red line, you can see there was a huge increase. And so total tobacco use actually went, after having declined among high school students for decades, actually reversed and is increasing now. So the argument that these products wouldn't appeal to kids just is wrong, and it's now the e-cigarettes are the dominant product used by youth in countries where they're legal. The other thing is that there's something called the gateway effect. There's a large number of studies. This is from a meta-analysis published last year, which took youth who had never smoked and compared the odds of smoking cigarettes around a year later with among kids who initiated nicotine use with e-cigarettes compared to kids who didn't use e-cigarettes. And you can see that among these 17 studies, youth who initiated nicotine use with e-cigarettes had almost 3 times the odds of being smoking cigarettes a year or so later. There have been several more studies published since this meta-analysis that show the same thing. And in fact, it's looking like the gateway effect is actually getting stronger, which may reflect the improved technology of the newer salt-based e-cigarettes. So not only are e-cigarettes expanding the nicotine epidemic by bringing in new customers, but a lot of them then go on and add cigarettes and become dual users. And as you heard from the earlier presentation, that's a bad thing. And in fact, there are some really excellent modeling studies that have been done. This was some years ago that found, because you hear the argument that, well, e-cigarettes will help adults quit, but as you heard earlier, they're not officially recommended for that. But even taking very optimistic assumptions about e-cigarettes for smoking cessation, 80 kids started for every smoker that quit. And it's probably way worse than that, because this analysis was based on the most optimistic quitting estimate from a randomized clinical trial where the patients were getting counseling as well as the e-cigarettes. And this was before Juul and the explosion of youth use. So in fact, as I'll show you, when you look at e-cigarettes as consumer products rather than as a therapeutic intervention, they don't help people quit smoking. And so if you were to use that information in a model like this, you would get an infinite number of kids starting for every smoker that quits, because they don't really help smokers quit. So there's a huge amount of arguing about e-cigarettes for smoking cessation. And it's very important that you recognize that there are really 2 different questions when you're talking about e-cigarettes for cessation. One is if you think of e-cigarettes as a cessation medicine, as a form of inhaled nicotine replacement therapy. And in those cases, it's medically supervised use, usually combined with counseling. And the appropriate standard for judging whether these things work is the randomized clinical trial, which is used to assess any kind of therapeutic intervention. And the policy standard for whether or not to recommend them is, are they safe and effective? But as far as I know, there's nowhere in the world that an e-cigarette company has applied to the appropriate drug authorities for approval of e-cigarettes as a cessation medicine. And they're really being sold all over the world as an unsupervised consumer product, where you just go buy them and use them however you want. And the right way to judge the effect of those e-cigarettes that you're buying, just going out and buying on your own, is the observational population studies. Now, in terms of looking at e-cigarettes to quit, the first really good randomized controlled trial was this paper published in the New England Journal of Medicine a couple of years ago. And it's important when you look at this that this was a clinical intervention. It combined e-cigarettes with 4 weeks of intensive counseling. And in fact, there were, at least as of about a year ago, when we did a meta-analysis on this, We found 9 randomized controlled trials of e-cigarettes for smoking cessation, again, delivered as a clinical intervention. And they did show efficacy, that they were associated with increased quitting. But if you looked a year later, 80% of the people who were randomized to e-cigarettes were still using them a year later versus 9% for nicotine replacement therapy. And as you know, when you're assessing a clinical intervention, you have to look not only at efficacy, but safety. And I'm going to show you that e-cigarettes have a lot of adverse effects. And, you know, again, no e-cigarette company that I know of has gone to the FDA here in the United States or comparable drug authorities anywhere else in the world. But I think while they might be able to meet the efficacy bar as part of a clinically supervised program, I doubt that they would be past the safety test. But if you look at those 9 clinical trials, you can see that overall, the people randomized to e-cigarettes who were given free e-cigarettes had about a 50% increase in quitting. Now, this is, you know, okay, but it's not particularly great compared to the other existing therapies. And most interestingly, nobody has done a head-to-head comparison of e-cigarettes against varenicline, which you heard earlier is a very powerful therapy. If, on the other hand, you look at the population studies, you'll see that overall, if you go down to the very bottom, e-cigarettes are not statistically significantly associated with quitting. So smokers who use e-cigarettes are no more likely to give up the cigarettes than smokers who aren't using e-cigarettes. So at a population level, they're not helping people quit smoking. And again, I think India is lucky in that these products are illegal in India, which is protecting you at least somewhat from this scourge. You hear the claim made, especially coming out of England, that e-cigarettes are 95% safer than cigarettes. And the origin of this claim is this paper written by David Nutt and others. And the interesting thing about this paper is it has absolutely no evidence in it. What Nutt did was got together a group of people, several of whom have conflicts of interest and relations with the tobacco or e-cigarette industry. And they simply decided that e-cigarettes were 95% safer. And they said, you know, in the paper, which is something nobody pays attention to, that there isn't any hard evidence cited in the paper. And also there was no formal criteria for recruitment of the experts. And as I said, this is just a made up number. There was no actual evidence cited. And later it came out that the e-cigarette industry funded several of these experts, and there's tremendous conflict of interest problems associated with this number. Well, so what do we know about the effects that e-cigarettes have? And there's gotten to be quite a large literature on this. There's probably 500 or 600 papers just on cardiovascular and pulmonary effects now. But the most important thing to keep in mind is that just like a cigarette, e-cigarettes deliver the nicotine as part of an aerosol of ultrafine particles. And just to give you an idea of how small these particles are, if you look at the graph here, this is particle count versus particle size. And you can see that the peak particle size is around 100 nanometers. And if you look at the picture on the right, you can see that against the human hair, ultrafine particles are much, 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 much smaller than a human hair. And these particles are so small that they can go right into the bloodstream, right into cells, and they trigger inflammatory processes and have a lot of adverse effects on their own. And if you look at the graph on the left, the That's the particle size distribution for 2 different e-cigarettes. And these are actually first generation e-cigarettes. So the newer ones are actually more efficient at delivering small particles. And you can see that the particle size is actually a little smaller than a conventional cigarette, which is in the bottom. So, you know, you're just stuck with these ultrafine particles, and they adversely affect pulmonary function. They adversely affect vascular function, blood, platelets, and that's why, like right now here in California, we're having a lot of wildfires, and the authorities are saying don't go outside because the smoke could be increasing your risk of lung disease, heart attack, stroke, and things like that. And this is no different. Another thing that's very important when thinking about the effects of these particles is that the dose response is highly nonlinear. This is actually data from air pollution, active smoking, and passive smoking. And what you can see is that the risk of a cardiovascular event go up very rapidly as you increase particle exposure. And then the risks tend to go up, but very low exposures bring substantial risks. So the idea that e-cigarettes well, they're not exposing you to lower levels of particles, but these are very important effects. And, you know, one of the first adverse cardiovascular effects that was identified is effects on vascular function. Now, your arteries are constantly adjusting how big they are on a beat-to-beat basis, a second-to-second basis, to maintain appropriate blood flow and blood pressure. And this is done through something called flow-mediated dilation, or FMD. As the blood speeds up in your arteries, the friction of the blood against the endothelium, against the lining of the arteries, causes nitric oxide to be released, which then dilates the arteries. And this is a very sensitive measure, and it's been shown to also predict long-term heart disease. So this is the first study I'm aware of that looked at these effects in people. And if you look at the non-smokers, the way these studies are done is you put a blood pressure cuff on someone's arm, clamp it down for, say, 5 minutes and generate an ischemia in your arm. And then you release the blood pressure cuff, the blood rushes into your arm because of the ischemia, and then you measure how much bigger the arteries got using echo. And so if you look at the non-smokers, before smoking a cigarette or an e-cigarette, the cigarette in blue, the e-cigarette in orange, you can see that the flow-mediated dilation is around 7 or 8%. That means when you release the blood pressure cuff, the arteries dilate by 7 or 8%. After smoking a single tobacco cigarette or an e-cigarette, the dilation is cut almost in half. And this happens very quickly within a few seconds. If you now go to the right-hand panel and look at the smokers, you can see that they have lower FMD than the non-smokers do. The chronic exposure to cigarette smoke damages the arteries and reduces the ability to dilate. But even among these smokers where you already have compromised arterial function, after smoking a cigarette or an e-cigarette, you get an additional drop in the ability of arteries to dilate and service your cardiovascular needs. Now, this is an animal study done by my colleague Matt Springer at UCSF, and this is measuring the flow-mediated dilation in rats before and after exposing them to e-cigarette aerosol from a Juul, a 4th generation e-cigarette, a previous generation e-cigarette, a third generation e-cigarette, a Marlboro red cigarette, and Air. If you look at the Air, which is on the far right side, what you see is each color, each line is a rat, and you can see that there's not a significant change in the FMD before and after breathing air. But for Juul, previous generation e-cigarettes, and Marlboro red cigarettes, the FMD is significantly cut. And in fact, the effect of all of these e-cigarettes is about the same as a cigarette. So in terms of these vascular effects, e-cigarettes are having very similar effects to cigarettes. Now, all of this, and there's a lot of other cardiovascular evidence I don't have time to get into, but this would all make you expect that heart attack risk would be increased among people who use e-cigarettes. And this is the first study that's looked at that, which we published back in 2018 using the National Health Interview Survey, a gigantic survey that the federal government does. And the blue bars are for e-cigarettes and the gray bars are for cigarettes. And if you just focus on the daily e-cigarette and cigarette users, you can see that while the e-cigarettes don't increase the risk quite as much as a cigarette does, they're not significantly different. And another thing that's very important is that we found that the effects of e-cigarettes and cigarettes were statistically independent of each other, which means they're producing unique risks. And so if you're a dual user, which as you heard earlier, is a very common behavior, you're actually getting the risks of the e-cigarettes compounded with the risks of the cigarettes. So those risks multiply in dual users. So that's a quick overview of some of the cardiovascular effects. There's a lot of lung toxicants in these cigarettes. The propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin, which is the base for the e-liquid, are quite toxic when inhaled. The nicotine that is in the liquid has effects on the lungs. The flavoring agents, such as diacetyl, which is used as a butter flavor, and cinnamon aldehyde and cocoa oil, all are very toxic to the lungs. A lot of these flavoring agents, which are perfectly fine to eat, are quite toxic to the pulmonary system and also to vascular function when you aerosolize them and inhale them. I mentioned that there was the coil here. You can see the coil heated up, wrapped around the wick. And that coil is made out of metal. And when you heat it up, it boils off metal ions, which you then inhale. And e-cigarettes expose people to lead, cadmium, and several other serious pulmonary toxicants. And finally, the wick itself, on repeated use, starts to deteriorate, and the wicks often have silicon in them. And so you're breathing in little microscopic pieces of silicon. So all of these things are really bad for your lungs. Again, there's a big literature on pulmonary effects I don't have time to go into, but this is from a meta-analysis published late last year, looking at e-cigarette use in asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And this is controlling for smoking. So this is additional risk on top of being a smoker if you're a smoker. And you can see that the risk of asthma is increased by about 40%, and for COPD about 40 to 50%. And again, these are risks on top of the effects of smoking. So dual use is looking more dangerous than just smoking or just using an e-cigarette. And while the evidence on cancer is much less well developed than for pulmonary and cardiovascular effects, because as you know, cancer is a slower moving disease, there are several papers which are suggesting substantial cancer effects. This is a study from USC where they took cheek swabs and looked at cancer-related genes that were upregulated or downregulated in bad ways. And what they found was while the e-cigarette users had fewer cancer-related genes that were adversely affected by e-cigarette use, it was only about 20 or 30% fewer. So there's still a substantial cancer risk. The other thing that's really interesting is if you look at the genes, you'll see that while some of the cancer-related genes that were adversely affected by e-cigarette use are the same as e-cigarette users and smokers, most of them are different. And so this is more evidence that the e-cigarettes are actually a unique toxicological insult to the body, not just cigarettes without as much bad stuff, which is what most people, including me, used to think. Also, there are experiments where cancer has been induced in mice with 54 weeks of e-cigarette exposure. There's damage to DNA. They had a 20% increase in lung cancer and a 57% increase in bladder urethral hyperplasia. So e-cigarette exposure could be used to induce cancer in experimental animals. And there's other, they seem to interfere with chemotherapy along the lines of what you heard in the earlier presentation. There are several other cancer-related studies. Finally, e-cigarettes pollute the air, and bystanders around people using e-cigarettes take nicotine and other chemicals into their bodies. And so all the same arguments for smoke-free environments that apply to cigarettes apply to e-cigarettes. So what's the situation today? As I said, they're illegal in India since 2019. That was a huge fight that went on for several years to get that passed, but there are 32 countries covering about 2.4 billion people that have simply outlawed electronic nicotine delivery systems, which I think is good public policy because you avoid all the problems that have occurred in countries that allow them. And this report that I've shown here is really worth reading. It's a new report out of the WHO on the global tobacco epidemic, which has a lot of discussion of these issues. It just came out last month. I think it's very important that you support the current law and the implementation, which is it's a federal law in India, but it is implemented locally. And I can tell you, I haven't looked at India, but I've looked at several other countries, and the tobacco companies are just relentless in trying to fight these laws. So continuing to actively support the government and keep these products out of India is a really good, important thing to do. So what's the bottom line from all of this? Well, it turns out that combustion isn't as important as we thought it was. You can get a lot of bad things delivered to your body by generating the aerosol without setting the tobacco on fire. There's been rapid youth uptake in countries where these are legal. They promote progression to cigarettes. They're not helping people quit. And while I didn't get into it, there's evidence that people are moving away from effective therapies, the ones that you heard about earlier, and using e-cigarettes instead. And when they do, then it doesn't help them quit. So this is a double win for the tobacco companies. They pollute non-smokers' air. Dual use, which is the most common use pattern, where people continue to smoke while they're using the e-cigarettes, is more dangerous than just smoking. So they're having the effect of expanding and supporting the tobacco epidemic. And finally, I think one of the important takeaways here, there's two. One is, as you heard from the earlier presentation, do not recommend e-cigarettes for cessation. If you find people using them, tell them to stop. And politically maintain and support the Indian ban. So that's my presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Sir, there is a
Oh,
question.
I see a question here. For those unfortunate in the chat, for those unfortunate patients addicted to e-cigarettes who have quit combustibles, is there a preferred pharmacotherapy to help them quit? You know, I don't know that anybody has studied that, although I'm not a cessation expert, but I think you're just dealing with nicotine addiction. And I would use the same kind of approach as you use in selecting a therapy for people trying to get off cigarettes. And the fourth generation e-cigarettes like Juul appear to be much more addictive than cigarettes. So, you know, you probably want to start with a more kind of heavy duty treatment, but, you know, I would just treat them as people addicted to nicotine. So the question here, what about risk reduction? Well, well, I think, you know, the idea, as I said, is that e-cigarettes are less risky than cigarettes because you don't have the combustion. But as I showed you, I mean, there's still more details are still being worked out. But in terms of cardiovascular effects, they seem to be not that different from a cigarette. There's some evidence for lung disease that they might actually be worse than a cigarette because of the flavoring agents and are quite pulmonary toxic. And I think for cancer, nobody's yet come up with anything quantitative, but as I showed you, they may have a little bit lower cancer risk because you don't have the combustion products. But if you look at that USC study, it's maybe 2/3 or 3/4 as bad as a cigarette, which is pretty bad.